And we're underway in this opening game of the 2026 USAFL Western Regional Championships Men's Division I as Denver taking on a combination of players from Seattle and Sacramento. The combination team will refer to as the Grizzlies, as they are wearing the rather famous green and black of the Emerald City. They are kicking to the left of screen here in Salem, Oregon. As it's picked off, left-footed kick is sent across the face. The ball goes into the pocket, going over to get it, and able to, looks like we have a whistle. No, he turns around and kicks for goal. I thought we heard a whistle ahead of time, but no, it'll be given as a goal. So that whistle came from the other field, and Denver is on the board quickly. They lead 1-6 to no score. That's on the Watch AFL scoreboard. The Denver Bulldogs, the defending Division I regional champions from a season ago, having defeated Austin, and having done so fairly convincingly, and having also in that group having defeated the Golden Gate Roos earlier in the day. And in a way, they are facing both of the you've got Seattle having held off, or having almost come from behind to defeat Sacramento in the final game of Division II. The Suns winning by one single solitary point after the siren, 45-44 in the Division II decider in Colorado a season ago. And they are looking to try and answer as the ball goes in short, and it is marked. And you can tell the Seattle players are the ones wearing the green shorts, and Sacramento are the ones wearing the red. Going to get picked up and send this one over the top. A little handball in the middle. Sending this one inside the 50-meter arc. Going to drop in. Oh, good spoil there. Almost taken defensively, but they go all the way back. Denver retains control. They handball it around, sending this one in, and that one got deflected just off of a fingertip. And the Bulldogs now still keeping the pressure on, pedal to the metal and all that. The chance for goal has gone across the face, and in fact has not even gotten to the face. It's going out of bounds on the full. So free kick going the way of the Seattle Grizzlies. Raining, or rather, they're saying it may have been deflected. The ball is a boundary throw-in. Grizzlies defending Division II national champions from a season ago. Ball goes down. Grizzlies try and punch it out. Retained by the Bulldogs. They try to get it forward. Big tackle put in there by the man in Alex Perkins. And we will have a ball up as there was no prior opportunity. Ball goes to the heavens. Gravity takes effect. A little bit of a wind here. It is absolutely perfect conditions to start. 62 degrees. And the high today, only supposed to get up to about 74 degrees Fahrenheit. Now a little bit of a wind to speak of, 9 miles an hour. And we have a whistle. It'll be a free kick. Ball was touched, so they'll play on here. Sending it back the other way. Takes a hop, stopped by the Doggies. And we don't have numbers to match their names, so we're going to do our absolute best. As over to get it there was Michael Johnson. Check that. That's the 61. Setting this one in. Marked. So the Doggies didn't make it to the Division I Grand Final last year. It was the first time since 2021 that had been the case. And marked defensively by Buck, who sends this one down. Goes into the near side, able to get it free. But we have low contact as he went after his shins. And the ball will come all the way back. It'll be a free kick to the Grizzlies. They trail 6-0 on the Watch AFL scoreboard. And we are playing 4 15-minute quarters, as each of these teams will play 2 games on the day. The third team in this group is the Golden Gate Roos, the top seed in Division I. Sending this one back the other way. Oh, almost he got higher than Joe Cocker, but didn't get the football, and then it's a good tackle and a free kick to the Grizzlies. So the winner of this game will get a long break. They'll come back at 2:30 about 2:30 this afternoon to play the Roos in the final game of the day, as this one is sent forward by Gaylor. Dropped in front, can't get it cleanly. Tackled and sent back the other way. Sent down the line, almost taking the mark. Comes out to the near side, almost getting pushed in the back. Emerging from that was Bridges. And we have a rolling tumbleweed situation here in the Willamette Valley, and we'll have a ball up. This is the third time that we've been to this Pioneer Sports Park complex, 2016 and 2019, and I'll tell you that the world and this complex has changed a lot since we've been here last. Ball gets punched out of bounds for a boundary throw, and if you happen to catch the vista beyond the field in previous years, there was that walkway was still there, but it was lined with trees. And on the other side, where field 2 has been in previous years, you'll notice that they have a couple of turf soccer fields that they've built. They've also built that clubhouse, which is nearing completion, but still under construction. Almost went over, and then finally on the second bite of the cherry took the mark. He's told to play on, being watched by the 39, who we don't have a number matching up for. So they put all these numbers down, did the Sacramento crew, and none of that really mattered. So sending this one, going up high, and it's marked. Sending back the other way, up the far side, and it's marked again by the Doggies. Sending this one in, over into the pocket, almost taking the mark. Zappel is still there. Matt Zappel, guy who's been around a long time with the Grizzlies, watches the ball go over the boundary line and out of bounds. 6-0 Watch AFL scoreboard here in this first quarter. We, as we say, are playing 4 15-minute quarters, and 8.5 minutes have gone. Ball comes spinning back of the play. We also have 3 Division II teams we'll get to in a minute as the ball squeaks through and goes through for another minor score. So Watch AFL scoreboard. That's the first blemish for the Doggies. They go to 1-1-7. And Seattle yet to score. We have names on the Denver roster. We just don't have any numbers that go with them. Another chance for goal here. It's off to the side once again. 1-2-8 for the Doggies. And the Grizzlies no score. It's the second of our 2 regional championship series presented by Tasmanian. And we were in Woodbury, Minnesota 2 weeks ago when the DC Eagles claimed the Super Regional Men's Division 1. It was Minnesota winning Division 2 on the men's side, and the women's division won by a combo led by players from the DC Eagles and Denver Bulldogs. The Bulldogs women are here, or some of them are, and paired with women from the Sacramento Suns. And they are looking for a rarity, and that is to win more than one regionals. And the Minnesota Freeze did that with a full team a couple of years ago. So, ball comes back in the play. Ball gets tackled. That's marked. So, ball comes spinning back in the play now. Picked out of the air, has a flying shot for goal. His teammates like it, and so does the goal umpire. And that is the Doggies' second. They go to 2-2-14. Seattle yet to score. And we have played 11 and a half minutes of this opening 15-minute quarter. Denver Bulldogs, 8-time men's national champions in Division I. And they've won a number of these Western regionals as well. And it was them and Golden Gate which have gone back and forth for so many years. And, of course, they are the reigning, as we said, having won last year. This is Gafer for Seattle, sending this one down, almost taking a sliding mark. But then was pressured and then sending it back the other way. Ball drops in front. Looked for an underground handball, picked up and just trying to shake players away. But he was called for, Zappel was rather, we believe he was called for holding the ball. Ball goes up high, knocked forward. Sending this one back, shoveling it around. Bulldogs control, shakes away from one tackle, sends this one skyward. Wind takes it back, but just there for the mark. Out to the far side now. As we mentioned, we've got two men's divisions and a women's division. Women's division, and we have two teams. They'll be playing a best of three with the first game coming up at about 10:30 local time. That's Pacific time. So in about an hour and 15 minutes from now. And in men's division 2, we have the opening game between the Wasatch Wargulls and Portland Steelheads, with the winner, with the third team rather in that group being the Arizona Hawks. The Hawks will play the loser of that game right here on Field 1. We'll have that for you live. So sending this one towards the sticks, drifting back off to the right and through 4 behind. So with a minute 15 to go in this first term, Denver go to 2-3-15. Seattle, Sacramento, no score. Short, Zappel. Down the right side, and all alone. Almost took a flying mark. We've seen a couple of players climb the ladder, but nobody come down with a bushel full of cherries. And we've seen some high flyers here early in the morning. There's a chance off the side of the boot. It's going to roll, and it's going to roll through for a behind. A good effort. And it's all Denver who is standing at the craps table, but they're rolling all snake eyes at the moment. As we reach to the final seconds, we originally were told that they were going to be just playing 60-minute games, but rather 40-minute games, but that's been extended out to 60. And so by our watch, we have 14:45 gone in this first quarter. And that was a bit of a clanger as the wind picks up here. The gusts are registered at up to 16 miles an hour. And that is going to be it, and not real communication there that there wasn't a whole lot of time left, but in any event, that's the end of the first quarter. And at the end of 15 minutes of play, it's the Denver Bulldogs, 2-4-16, Seattle no score. That's on the Watch AFL scoreboard. We're going to step aside, come right back for the second quarter of play. You're watching the 2026 USAFL Western Regional Championships from Salem, Oregon, presented by Tasmanian, here on AussieRulesUSA.com. to get this roster in, so this roster updated. So 2-4-16. Yeah. I did. I have Denver right now. For whatever reason, Seattle, like Sacramento's players, their numbers aren't matching up. Like I don't have any, like none of their number players are match what they have on the roster.
Sacramento players?
Yeah. I don't know what's up with that, but it's whatever.
I'll go and update them with that, right?
Thank you.
Did you understand that there's 2 players for Denver that aren't listed on the roster?
Carlson 36.
Yeah, Shaw 21.
Got it.
Okay.
We are up and live, so.
Okay. So hopefully by halftime we'll have Sacramento numbers.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks, buddy. All right, I'm ready. We're back here at the Pioneer Sports Park in Salem, Oregon, the 2026 USAFL Western Regional Championships, presented by Tasmanian. Opening game in men's Division I. It's the Denver Bulldogs leading the Seattle Grizzlies 16-0. Brian Barish back here with you, and one of the things we haven't talked about yet, of course, we have the national team selection, which should be finalized in the next couple of days after this tournament. And we, of course, have the 49th Parallel Cup with the U.S. taking on Canada, that happening on August 29th in Kelowna, British Columbia. The men's team is just about set. It hasn't been fully announced yet. The women's team, and we'll get into more of that when we talk about the women's play. But meanwhile, Denver has a 16-point lead, and will try to add it with the mark taken. Mark taken by Gabrielle Chaliz, whose mom Shay plays for the women's team. And the ball goes over the boundary line and out of bounds. Speaking of offspring, we have a couple of players playing today who are new parents, including for Seattle, Saleh Tayyibji, whose daughter Hendrix was born. on the was born during the US-Australia game, from what I've heard. Ball comes out to the near side. Seattle controlling. Not a very good kick off the side of the boot, and they soccer it on. They try to do so to their own advantage. That was Jay Bliston, by the way, who ran over to say hello. Jay playing overseas and coming back to play for the Bulldogs. Out to the near side now, 1-on-1 contest. Gonna get picked up there. Running back with it is Hammond. Oh, big tackle, and he is gone. It was a fantastic tackle by Austin Cox. And on a week where his brother has grabbed the headlines for a fantastic game in the Western Derby, one of his big brothers makes a fantastic tackle. A good tall option for the Seattle team. Gonna get picked up. Big tackle again put in there by the Grizz. Trying to get something going here, having been shut out in the first quarter. And the umpire crosses his arms like the Monsignor and says we'll have a ball up. It'll come in the wing position, commentary side. Ball gets chucked to the heavens, knocked backwards. Sending this one across, and it tumbles away. That's Julian David in there, number 71. National team player. Had a fantastic Transatlantic Cup. And the Grizzlies will get on the board here. And that's a behind, so 2-4-16. And in fact, checking the scoreboard here, it looks like it should be. It looks like they were only given credit for 3 behinds. We counted 4. They only have 3 up on the scoreboard. So I'm going to take a guess and say that that was verified at halftime. So we'll get that corrected here. It's 2-3-15 to 1 behind for Seattle. Denver should have 2-3-15. And well, we can say that's on me. I thought that there was a 4th behind in there, but the other interesting thing is that the scoreboard here, the numbers are in bright green, which is not something you see very often. Ball is up on the far side, and the Grizz able to get it out. And the mark taken by Willis Brazel. Denver shouting for a 50-meter penalty, but the umpire just content to reset the mark. Sending this one up on the far side now. And it skips by, over into the pocket, goes to ground. Running with it and picking this one up is the 80. And we don't have. And yeah, there's a few numbers in here. As we mentioned, we're sorting the Sacramento players' numbers. The winner of this game, as we say, whoever loses will come back at around, I think the time now is about 1:15. They haven't updated the times yet, but with the extension of the men's games, I think 1:15 or so. Originally was scheduled for 1 o'clock. We'll get a schedule update, but the loser will come back and play Golden Gate on field 2, which will have tape delay coverage for you. The winner will be back in our last men's game of the day. And what will essentially be a de facto grand final out to the near side, and it's marked. Tyab, who has some of the surest hands in the USAFL, former national teamer. They play it up the left side now, 1-on-1 contest. Cox is there, had it slapped away. Kerwin there, bootlegs around. Gets away, oh, big tackle put in by David to affect the handball, but Bulldogs able to pick it up through the middle. This is Farinola. Sending this one off the side of the foot. A wounded duck of a ball. Giving chase to that was Kyle Wallen, and that's another boundary throw in. Again, on the Watch AFL scoreboard, which I am double checking, it is 2 goals, 3 behinds, 15 points to 1 behind for Seattle. Ball cried the crowd. Ball says the umpire. Free kick. And of course, our thanks to Visit Salem amongst our other sponsors, including Aussie Sports USA. Umpire says play on as he traveled off the mark and goes in for the short pass, and he takes it. So, 45-degree angle. He is coming all the way back. And I mean all the way back. He's come back maybe about 20 meters off the mark. Pretends he's Johnny Cash. Because you're mine, I walk the line. Goes to the right side. Big, booming kick on the way. It is off to the side, says umpire Daniel Estes. And that is the fourth behind for Seattle. They go to 2-4-16. Seattle 1 behind. And we have played. Well, I can't tell you how much we've played because I stopped the clock. So we are in the second quarter. We're playing 4 15-minute quarters. And in this 3-team division, as we mentioned, we have Division 2 happening, and we'll have that second game for you occurring a little bit later on this afternoon in the sandwich game. And the loser of the Wasatch-Portland game will play Arizona. Denver picks it up, swats away one defender. Couple of handballs. Little stabby kick forward, marked. It's a good connection. Looking for another. Almost taking the mark over the top was Zappel. And now he has to put on his hard hat and go after the ball. Player was taken down, and we'll have a ball up as there was no prior opportunity. Knocked forward by Arnie Landbo. It was I believe in 2023 he was on the all-regional team. And we will tell you to keep an eye out for that, as we'll announce the members of the all-regional team presented by Tasmanian. We'll have 36 men and 16 women who are judged to have been the best over these 2 weekends in the national championships. Running away from it now is the Grizzlies. And another whistle and the ball goes out of bounds. And both of these teams, as we've said, no strangers to winning national championships. Seattle, or regional championships. Seattle won a very memorable 2017 Western Regionals. In fact, was it 2017 or 2016? I think it was 27. No. Yeah, it was 2017. A little confused with the dates. And that was the year where they had finished their game. There were 6 teams, and it was just you played 3 games, and whoever was top of the table, and they were actively barracking on the sideline for, I think it was Portland to beat Sacramento, because if that were to happen, they would have won the premiership, and they did. Sending this one up over the top, and again, it's marked in front of Landbo. Playing quickly on with it is Dakota Hunt, who's put in a lot of the hard work the last couple of years. Little handball out, and Grizzlies will clear it. This one will bring some rain. Well, not really. There's not a lot of clouds out. Oh, shaking away nicely was Brazel. Now comes back to the near side. It's going to be awfully close to the line, but ball got touched by Klingner and goes out of bounds for a boundary throw-in. We mentioned the weather. It is 63 degrees right now, although it does feel a little bit warmer in the sun. The ball comes spinning back in the play. Kept in, and that is Wallen again. Ball gets bounced around. Player slides through. Cleared out by the Grizzlies. Up the far side now. Drops in front. Trying to reach after that was Zorni. Ball at everybody's feet now, and finally, I believe that was Taibji who stabbed it forward. Here come the Grizzlies, looking for their first goal. Long bomb, it's going to roll, it's going to skip, it's going to bounce through for behind. And a very deliberate motion by the goal umpire. Second point for Seattle. They go to 2 behinds. Denver 2-4-16. Brian Barish here with you. Glad to have your company again on a beautiful Saturday mornings here in Salem, Oregon. And as the 2026 USAFL season rumbles on. I know that there's some other action happening around the league, including in Philadelphia, where the Hawks are hosting the Baltimore Dockers, and also up in Portland, Maine, where the Cats are hosting the Boston Demons. And speaking of the Boston Demons, I know Bill Robert is probably watching, and he is in Australia, and it's been fun watching Bill Robert's adventures. He is, of course, he's a USAFL Life member, and purveyor of stateside footy. As the ball is almost tackled, just barely got it off, and David chasing down defenders like a man possessed, but the Bulldogs are able to abate that threat. And the handball from Birdsong comes out to the near side off of a kick, and timing the mark well was the 26 there, I believe in Carlson, and now they come up through the middle of the ground. All the way back, Landbo does well to elude his defender, his pursuer. Or rather, this is Landbo now that was going after it, and getting shoved in the spirit of the game out of bounds was Stephen Fiddick. 16-2, second quarter. Ball is heaved back in the play. Knocked down, picked up by Gafer. And they work it around the chain of fools. Bangs it out the far side to the Grizzlies. Over the head of Tyabji, now has to dig in for it. Ball gets knocked forward. Tyabji got the goodies. Tried to get the handball off the buck. Then he was ping-ponged around like a pinball. Funny how that works. Clearing it out to the near side again is Birdsong. Going and chasing this one after is Bliston. The Silver Fox gets away from, tries to elude Gafer, does. Send it right into the breadbasket of Carlson. And a whistle, and did he pull the ball in? No, it was pushed in the back. Landbo will play on quickly. Gafer goes in short. Going to get picked up by Cox, who had a long trip down to the Pioneer Sports Park turf. Trying to get the ball free. Good defense being put on. I believe that's McAvilly. Or check that was Zorni. They come out to the near side. Just got it off in the field of play. Oh, it's a nice mark right on the boundary by Hunt. Just took it off. That was awfully close, and Hunt was there as he sends this one down. Now Seattle with it. It's a worm-burning, finger-breaking, mongrel up-country punt. Don't mess that up, or Jerry Long will get mad for saying a bad word on the air. Sending back one. No, he won't. He's a good guy. The ball is taken. Nice mark with a good connection to David Payne. Payne sends this one on. Ball goes up high. Who wants it? Everybody. And it's marked once again by David Bridges. And if you're a John Lennon fan, he's David Walls and Bridges. Ball was deflected. Shouldn't be a mark. No, it was. They were saying that he touched the ball and he should have played it. And so I think the one official, let's see what they're going to do here. I think they're going to call this a ball up, because one official said that this was one of the umpires said that the ball was touched. The other one calls a mark. So the simplest thing to do here is to call for a ball up, and they do. So that's a good remediation of that miscommunication. And you know what? The umpires are human. And we work with two umpires here, and you know, that's part of it. But a good job there. It happens, and we'll play on. And that one will be called, and it will be a free kick going the way of the Doggies. This is Aaron Cager. The Hooter goes. That is not ours. It's from the other field. Or is it? No. Cager tries to roll out the barrel. It fades off to the left, and it's marked. Except that was in fact our siren, and that is in fact halftime. Halftime in the opening game of the 2026 USAFL Western Regional Championships here in Men's Division I. The Denver Bulldogs 2 goals, 4 behind, 16 points. The Seattle Grizzlies 2 points. Not a whole lot from either team there. In fact, the Grizzlies won the quarter 2-1, but good job by the Grizzlies to really kind of play a little bit better defensively. They looked good pushing the ball forward, and you have to give it up for the defense, including Julian David, to put a lot of pressure on to keep the ball inside the 50-meter arc for the defensive 50-meter arc for the Denver Bulldogs. And they've been playing. The game is equilibrated a bit, and Seattle and Sacramento, there are good, solid players on both sides. We haven't mentioned some of the other Seattle players, like Kendall Hutchings, who is doing a fantastic job out there, but they are doing well to keep the game on its toes, which is really good. So at halftime, once again, the Denver Bulldogs 2 goals, 4 behind, 16 points. Seattle 2 behind. We're going to step aside and come right back for the second half of this opening game of the 2026 USAFL Western Regional Championships, presented by Tasmanian. You're watching it from Salem, Oregon, and you're watching it here on AussieRulesUSA.com.
Cheers, thank you. Does anybody have any questions handy? Yes. Oh.
Yeah, and if it is doubtful, yeah, it's a
You guys come down with it, save time, we're on the ground.
All right, Blue Ox.
40 minutes, boys. I can handle everything all the way up to Tuesday, and then have to handle a couple of things. You know what? I can long enough to know that's really
2026 USAFL Western Regional Championships presented by Tasmanian here from the Pioneer Sports Park in Salem, Oregon. At halftime of our opening game of Men's Division I, the Denver Bulldogs lead the Seattle Grizzlies 16-2. Brian Barish back here with you. And hey, if you like what you see, thanks to Jerry Long and all of our camera people, and as well as some of the stuff that we have during the off season, and you like it here on the YouTube channel, remember to like this video, give us a subscription, and you will be instantly notified whenever something comes up, especially since we'll have the other 3 games over on Field 2 popping up in the next few days, so keep an eye out for that. So if you want to stay attuned to all the things happening, go ahead and do that and be a part of Aussie Rules here in the USA. Third quarter underway. The Bulldogs and the Blue Jumpers, they are now headed from right to left on your device of watching choice, while the Grizzlies in the green and the black, alongside members of the Sacramento Suns, they are headed from right to left. They are headed towards the State Street end, and the Bulldogs are heading towards the, we'll call it the Terra Gardens end, or the railway end to our left. There is a railroad behind the trees as this one is sent forward by the Grizz. Ball gets knocked down. Tyabji tries to wrench his way. He has been, that's about the 3rd time where a pack of Bulldogs have swarmed on him, and he is slow to get up after that latest encounter. The mark is out to the near side and taken by Patty Turner. Turner with a big bomb, all the berries. You can say that he may have uncorked a fine vintage Tasmanian Pinot Noir in the process. And by the time I've completed saying all that, the ball is back to where it originally was. Gonna get picked up once again, dancing away. Looks for the handball. Again, Turner with a low and slow kick, but a nice mark defensively. And that ends that for now. As Turner punches his own fist and saying, shucks. Ball comes back the other way. Another big, booming kick. A lot of players around, almost taking the mark, but the ball goes to ground. Grizzlies with it, getting sent this one forward, and then running all the way back to chase that one is Hammond. Hammond able to get away from a couple of defenders, puts that one up high again, defensively taken by the Grizzlies. Winds it up, stabs it forward. Ball gets knocked down. Gonna get picked up, worked around. Handball, 1-2, except 2 there, dropped the pill. Works it around. Again, this is Turner. Again, a well-weighted kick, if not a little wobbly. Bounces away from Zappel. Now chasing after it is Fairweather. He tries to put the ball into the middle, and he's there. And Oscar Fairweather celebrates, because that's what he does. 3rd goal for the Denver Bulldogs. They go to 3-4-22. And Seattle are 2 behinds. Watch AFL scoreboard. Almost 2.5 minutes in. And a great play, and Fairweather just soccered it on off the left foot and watched it roll home. 2nd full season for Oscar Fairweather, having debuted. He's a big fan of Aussie Rules. He told me that he didn't realize he'd been living in the States for a while. It took him a while to realize that the USAFL exists, and that he had a team in his backyard in Denver, and he's been all in. Up on the far side, and we'll have a whistle. And it is a free kick, and the Bulldogs again in control, just like they were in the 1st quarter. The wind blowing slightly to the left. It's kind of ebbed and flowed. Another big kick, and almost take a mark. That's about the 3rd grab that almost has been taken by either team. And there's a nice sliding mark. Waiting. Horses. Setting this one back. Up over the top, and it's marked again. And I believe it's Fairweather once again. Nope, in fact, it was Fairweather gave away the free kick. And it will go the other way to the Grizzlies. They trail by 20 points. The score is going to very much matter, obviously, who wins or loses, but if in the event there is a three-way tie. If Seattle, if whoever loses this game should happen to beat Golden Gate in Game 2, and Golden Gate were to have come back, this is a hypothetical situation, were to come back and win a Game 3, it would come down to percentage. So the score is just as important, even if they don't manage to come all the way back. But Seattle is a comeback merchant. We have seen it happen a couple of times where they have come very close. It almost happened, and in fact, it's been a couple of times against Sacramento in the 2024 Division II National Championship. They were 5 goals down, ended up losing by 3 points. They scored all those goals in about 15 minutes, and then, of course, that ding-dong battle to win Division II. Seattle had to win that game outright, and that went back and forth. He had 2 goals scored in the last minute and a half. Denver looking for another one. They're not going to get it on this occasion. It's 3-4 behind, says umpire Daniel Esses, who has traveled all the way here from the Chicago area, as he is wont to do, one of the best in the business. 3-5-23 for the Denver Bulldogs, and 2 behinds for Seattle. And, of course, a shout-out to all of our umpires who are here. And you can find out more. I think it's USAFLUA.org is their website. And out to the near side where it's picked off and pushing forward there is the number 8. And again, a lot of players on both sides whose numbers do not match up. In fact, we were reliably told that the reason that the numbers were inaccurate, which is why we've discarded them for now, the numbers for the Sacramento players playing for Seattle are inaccurate, is because they swapped jumpers after they were taken. We were reliably told by Ray Kwan, who does a fantastic job as team manager for Seattle, and he watches his team give up another goal as Denver has now kicked their 4th. They go to 4-5-29 on the Watch AFL scoreboard. Seattle 2 behinds, and we have played 6 minutes of the 15 here in the 3rd quarter. As we mentioned, the Bulldogs, all those championships, they've made it to, and 14 total grand finals over the years. And most recently, they had the string. They had the one in 2019, where they lost to Austin, and then in 23 and 24. And then Denver lost in New York in the semifinal last year, and that led the Magpies to go to the final, and Austin once again did their thing. This one is sent in. We'll talk about the Crows in just a minute after another opportunity. This one is outside the... No, don't tell me. Don't tell me that's going to be there. It's marked on the line, I think, or was it through first? Yeah, it was marked on the line. I was going to say, but even then, and that would have sent across the face. In fact, that's a good look. And that was a good way to not only set up an easier shot for Dakota Hunt, but also waste about 30 more seconds. That may have been fair weather again. He's played extremely well on the forward line. Sent on the way. On the way. Umpire Estes does a shuffle. He comes back and says, I caught a fish once, it was this big. 5th goal for the Bulldogs, and I would tend to think they're in control. 5-5-35 for the Bulldogs. 2 behinds for Seattle, up to a 33-point lead on the Watch AFL scoreboard. Ball comes back in the middle once again. And thanks to, again, some of our sponsors, including Tasmanian, quietly pursue the extraordinary. Travel Salem, the most Oregon part of Oregon. HBC Event Services, Aussie Sports USA, the Australian-American Chamber of Commerce in the Pacific Northwest. And, of course, our thanks to you, as always, for watching us at home. Give us a shout-out in the comments. Let us know where you're watching from. Seattle still on the hunt for their first goal here. And picked up, working around, is Magnus Mosley. That's a name. And he was tackled, and the ball will be given as a free kick to the Bulldogs. And the Doggies, of course, were the first team to win 4 consecutive Division I national championships, doing so between 2002 and 2005. As we hear the Portland/Sacramento women over to our left. They're going to wear the Portland jumpers in the first game. That game will be coming up at 10:30. And as we said, it's a best of 3 on the women's side with 2 teams. With Coach Andrew Donlin coaching the team with the Seattle Grizzlies on it. And he will be very much watching as he is now putting the finishing touches on that roster. That's for the Parallel Cup. That's Kenneth Noguer, number 90, who had it for Seattle, up on the far side now. And a little handball and a nice job. Went for the 1-2, but he ran into his opponent, and in fact, it will be a free kick to Seattle. He's turned the ball over. Again, a 33-point lead. Drops in front of Tyabji. Sending this one around. And it's marked. Centering ball. Landbo has it. Can't miss him. Landbo went forward, changed his mind. Time running out for him to move the ball on. He does. Gets a nice little handoff to Zappa, who's coming out of the back, sending this one inside the forward arc, but that slowly falls apart like a fawn in a cupboard. Or collapses. Oh, big tackle! And he tried to put that one in, and catching a face full of hand was Patty Turner. But here it is the other way, the Bulldogs. Handballs it into the middle. He's going to get run down from behind, and he is no prior opportunity. And Cager perhaps getting a little lucky, but he took the ball, and then the umpire plays that one very quickly. Zappel and Carlson had to basically run in from opposite directions. Ball goes to ground, finally wins that one out. This is Hunt. Hunt goes all the way back as Stephen McAvilly. And Turner has to clean up the garbage. Dances his way around. Just got a handball off. Up. It is going to be, so that was a throw. Probably could have called advantage there, but in any event, it'll be Klingner who has it. Centers this one into the top of the 50-meter arc, and is marked nicely by Tyabji, who was the tallest and the most able to take that one. And this is well within Saleh's range. Longtime Sacramento son. Has been playing, however, for the Grizzlies for, I think, almost as long as he's played for Sacramento. Sends this one on the way. Did that have the journey? It did. Oh, scrape him off, Jim. What a fantastic goal by Saleh Tyabji. And Seattle gets their first goal finally in style. They got a 1-2-8 on the Watch AFL scoreboard. Denver 5-5-35. And perhaps the swings and balances of this game have changed a little bit. Seattle has scored against the flow. And Tyabji made it. It was a number of caps for the USA Revolution team. Left-footed kick. Chasing after it and watching it go out of bounds. In front of the food tent is Gabriel Chaliz. He's making, this is the first time I've seen him play for the Bulldogs. Doggies have it. Again, a daisy cutter, but sits up nicely for Wallen, who's taken down. Farinola looks for a connection on the wing and finds it in Hunt. Dakota, don't call me Rex Hunt. Oh, good spoil in there. Fairweather got a fist to it. And the ball tumbles over the boundary line and out of bounds. There's a good offensive spoil by Fairweather. It was, as we said, he's having a good game. He has kicked a pretty fantastic goal, which was the fourth for the Doggies. That was earlier in this quarter. 27 points the difference. Goes in. Here's another one up through his hands, and it was tapped through for behind. So 6 behind for Denver. And the boys from the Mile High City go to 5-6-36. And the combined side for the lads from both Sacktown and the Emerald City are 1-2-8, up to 28 points. Ball gets knocked off to the side. 45 seconds to go as turning and firing was McAvilly, sending this one across, and it's marked in front by Fairweather, who goes back and he says, I'm going to have it, and he will be kicking for his second. And I think by the time he kicks it, that should be, well, we've got 25 seconds to go. And he stands, let's say roughly 50 meters out. Fairweather stutters his way, goes to the right, sends this one on the way, all of that, and it's only going to be 1 point, and it comes as the siren goes for this third quarter. So Denver adds a couple more sausage rolls to their cart. And at the end of 3 quarters of play in this opening game of the Western Regional Championships presented by Tasmanian, it's the Denver Bulldogs 5-7-37, Seattle 1-2-8. And Denver in that quarter, I think both teams got their shots in. Denver obviously got more purchase out of them because they got, as we said, a couple more goals. But Seattle did finally get one through Saleh Taibji, which was kicked out, I think, from somewhere near Eugene in point of fact. So it's out to a 29-point lead, with Denver up 37-8. We'll come back as a cool breeze comes through the commentary position. We'll step aside and return. You're watching the 2026 USAFL Western Regional Championships presented by Tasmanian from Salem, Oregon, here on AussieRulesUSA.com.
Today. He's going to be 101.
Angie, he is a classic centre. Like
whenever we have any kind of a stoppage, ball up or ball in from the boundary, we try to set up a dime.
Defensive line, you guys have to have your player, look at their number, know who it is, and if you can't keep up.
Hit your target. Hit them on the tip. You got to make the team work, all right?
We're the eyes on the field. Please trust us. If we see a mismatch, we're going to try and fix that.
You're doing awesome. Doing really, really well. Keep it up. Keep the talk up, though. Lots of talk. Don't be afraid to speak a lot when you're out there. That's all what we got to do.
Chicago and Nashville has beat up each other for decades, boys. Let's turn it around and beat these. Yeah, let's bring it on one time.
Flat out at your speed, whatever your flat out is.
Get some water into you, get some deep breaths, start visualize doing things that are in the team plan, doing things the Suns way, okay?
One more thing, in the back, we've got to put legs on.
Go, Brian.
Yep. Fourth quarter about to get underway here in Salem, Oregon. 2026 USAFL Western Regional Championships presented by Tasmanian Denver. 15 minutes away from opening their day here in Western Oregon with a convincing victory. But Seattle and the guys from Sacramento who are there as well, they are not going to give up the ghost here as the ball comes out and we are underway here in the fourth quarter. Comes out short. A little handball. Off the side, going to get picked up. Running with it is Farinola. Oh, and the ball just gets tapped over the boundary line and out of bounds. Both of these teams will play the Golden Gate Roos, the middle game, which will be originally was scheduled for 11:30. I think at this point. Going to be closer, I think, to 11:45, and this was given as a free kick. It is Fairweather who will go in short, and it's marked. And it's Turner, I believe. I can see a 2, and as soon as he's done fiddling with it, in fact, no, it's Dakota Hunt, beg your pardon. So here is Hunt, and this is about a 60-degree angle on the commentary side. Distance shouldn't be an issue, but instead he hands off. This is Turner, sells a little candy, leaves his man fiddling with his junior mints, and kicks a goal of the day. Great job by Hunt. Great awareness to find Patty Turner. And that soared through straight and majestic like a flatulent moth. Denver has their 6-7-37. Seattle 1-2-8. Watch AFL scoreboard, and that should put the kibosh on a Seattle comeback. They will need 35 points in roughly 13 and a half minutes. And as we say, if you're not familiar with Aussie rules, with the USAFL rules, the clock keeps running as the ball is sent in. Now Seattle's got to get one of these back right now. The ball's kept in and then finally goes out of bounds in front of the late arriving Matt Linebaugh, and we'll have a boundary throw in. So we said now we got 13 minutes left. They need 5 goals. Well, we said 37. They need 6 goals. So you can whack off about I'd say about 3 minutes from that in terms of how much time they have, because it will take 30 seconds. Ball's up on the far side now, and it's marked. And Denver is in short. Oh, I caught him from behind. Did Farinola, and the question is, yes, he is holding the ball. The question is whether there was prior opportunity, and the umpire said, yes, you did have the chance to get the ball away, and it is a free kick. They'll play on, slaloming through defenders, sending this one down the line, marked again. And this time it's going out of bounds. It'll be a boundary throw-in. But Denver, with a couple of kicks, have done well. And this one is sent in. Fairweather chasing back off the hands. Oh, and it was taken. Now, is that going to be high contact? It is, I think. And Fairweather gets up saying this should be from point-blank range, as Noguer, as he was falling down, whacked him in the head. So here is Oscar Fairweather, who has kicked one. Lines up, walks in, arches the back, and kicks another goal. That's 7 for Denver, 7-7-49, 1-2-8 Seattle, out to 41 points. That's on the Watch AFL scoreboard. And, saying hello to everybody watching us on the YouTube channel. Dylan Braun, who, long-time leader of the Denver Bulldogs. Our buddy Diesel from LA. Matt Walsh, who's watching us from Australia. I'm sure Diesel will correct me. But if you like what you see, like this video and give us a subscribe so you can catch all the action from the USAFL, as this one is sent back the other way, trying to slap that one down. David went down, picking that one up. Here come the Grizz. And that was a good mark. Let's see if we can chisel into the lead here. As a reminder, we have Division II as well, with Portland playing Wasatch over on the other field. Loser of that game will play Arizona over on this one. This one sent awfully close to the goal, but got tipped and deflected and ricocheted and all of those other synonyms. And it's back to 40 points. Seattle go to 139, Denver 7-7-49. What kind of dinosaur uses all those words? A thesaurus. Anyway, out to the far side. That is my one dad joke groan for the game. Big tackle as in there was McAvilly. Ball bounces free. And it's punched free in front. Denver trying to get it out, and they do. They've done very well, especially in the second half, as Cager bounds it forward. And Seattle hasn't been playing badly, but they've been just outplayed ever so slightly as Farinola got in there, and then that's going to end up being a free kick, and it may even be downfield, I believe, as Farinola was thrown off the ball. Nope, it's going to be brought back, and it's going to be between the center and near side wing position, as Farinola tells everybody to come in. Umpire says you got to play on. Now does, out to the far wing. And there was some contact in that contest. It's a free kick, and Seattle will get it back. 49-9. Again, Denver, we'll see them this afternoon around, as we said, originally was scheduled for 2:30. David got it away. Zappel couldn't pick it up cleanly. And then Turner was able to, and somebody is down and not do it in a good way. And they're going to stop play here. Now, they haven't stopped the clock yet, so we'll keep an eye on that. But somebody was caught high, and it's one of the Sacramento players. And I think it may be Tristan Boyer, actually. And see all of the Denver players that are coming over showing concern. Good sportsmanship by the Denver boys, and Boyer is working his way off the field. Tristan, a leader on the Sacramento team, and the result of that is going to be a ball up. I don't believe. Hello to Steve McAvilly. I believe that's Steve McVie. I don't know Steve McAvilly, but McAvilly is playing. Steve McVicker, that's who that is. Steve McVicker, a friend from Denver, I believe. And the mark is taken, or it was Hunt who took the middle of the ground. We're asking for an update from the Portland-Wasatch game. We are working our best to get that for you. We will get you one perhaps at the end of this game, as the mark is taken in the middle by Cager. We don't have a correspondent over there, as we did in Minneapolis a couple of weeks ago. So you'll have to beg our pardon. Meanwhile, Cager sends that one through. Another goal for the Bulldogs. They now have 8. It's 8-7. Double Nichols, 55. Seattle, 139. And they get around him. And they are coming from everywhere to get around Aaron Cager. And that's good to see. So it looks like the Bulldogs are going to come back, and again, there was a slight, as I said, there's a slight change in the published schedule, so we'll try and get an updated schedule for you. The original schedule time for the afternoon game was 2:15. I think we're looking at maybe closer to probably 2:30 at this point. We'll, as we said, just stay with us and we'll let you know. But that will be Denver and Golden Gate. And, of course, Seattle will play Golden Gate in the next game. as this one is sent down the line and almost taken. And that is Rabbit Hutchings, who sent that one into the chest. Didn't even go 15 meters. And almost marked off Bliston, who sent the kick. And everybody goes down mushroom farming. Hutchings. Carlson dropped it. Klingner. And then out of all of that, a chance towards the Denver goal. Bounces off of Fairweather's legs. Hunt from an odd angle doesn't get the breeze. In fact, that missed everything and went out of bounds on the full. So, about 5 minutes to go in the ball game. Denver leading 55-9. And Seattle will have a free kick next to their own goalposts. So yeah, as soon as we get a confirmation, we'll probably be towards the middle. But as we say, we don't have anybody over. Yeah, we know we're getting a couple of requests about that. So yeah, as soon as we get something, we'll pass that on. But as we said, it's just me basically running things. But I'll text a couple of people when we have a moment here perhaps at the end of this game. But we will keep you as up to date as possible with all the action that's happening. We'll have the women's game, the first of 3 women's games coming up at 10:30 in about 15 minutes from now. And yeah, I picked the wrong Steve on that one, so I apologize. Mickelvilly. I've been saying I guess it's Machiavelli. I've been saying it as Machiavelli for a long time, but it's Mickelvilly. I don't know. It's like McCartney. I don't know. But hi, Nancy. Hello. Thanks for watching us. And yeah, if you're liking what you're seeing, again, like, subscribe. That's what all the cool kids on YouTube are saying these days, right? Ball goes to ground. Turning and firing towards the still with a mark by Kendall Hutchings. Oh. Yeah, and I'll tell you what, he was folded in a way that a human being should not have been folded to take that mark, and he still did. We've seen a few really good potential snags, and that's the best one we've seen so far. Oh, and there's another good one over the back. Sending this one in short. Mark, no, not paid. And then a BB sent forward. Zappa was tracking back and was doing so up against the unnamed number 8, and it's through for a behind. So Denver go to 8-8-56. Denver go to 1-3-9. Hey, it's Alex Fernandez. Hi, Alex. They are the Seattle Grizzlies playing with members of the Seattle Suns. That is usually, and that's the thing, I usually haven't been, I don't check the comments while we're doing this, but I'm doing this today because, well, I don't have a partner today. I'm by myself, so it's you are all my commentary partners out there commenting on us, and we'll try and say hello to as many people as possible as the ball gets sent in. Nice mark, Fairweather. Tell you what, he told me, he was saying, you know, playing days are kind of pretty much behind me, or his best playing day is pretty much behind him. I'll tell you what, he's done very well in that full forward position, and he hands the ball off to Turner, who was taken down from behind. Now, and Dakota Hunt is not happy. He's laying into a couple of the Seattle players, and they're going after Austin Cox here. Now, Turner and let's see, there's a little bit of Kendall Hutchings is trying to keep people away, and I'm not sure. Well, hang on. We'll double check and see what's happening here. It's all sorts of things happening. Lots of whistles, lots of. That's not us. I'm also just double checking to see if any cards have been given out here. I think Turner's going to get, in fact, I think Turner's going to get a free kick from right in front. They're going to pay this as a downfield free kick. And so Patty Turner, who is checking the cobwebs, he's going to get a free kick from right in front. And so if it wasn't a goal before, it is going to be now, and they're telling Matt Zappel to get out of there. And off of one step, Turner adds Denver's 9th. 9-8-62, and Denver's margin of victory. And this is a 9-8-62 to 139. That's on the Watch AFL scoreboard. The margin of victory may come into play here depending on how Golden Gate does against Seattle. If the Roos win by a lot, then it'll come down in case there's a tie in that final game, and it will be Seattle and Golden Gate next, and Denver and Golden Gate in the final Men's Division I game of the day a little bit later on. But as for this one, it's the Denver Bulldogs, much the best. They kicked 9 goals, 8 behind, 62 points. The Seattle Grizzlies / Sacramento Suns combination, 1-3-9. And absolutely fantastic game by Denver. Yeah, listen, Seattle and Sacramento, they can keep their heads held high because they played, I think, pretty well there. I think Denver was a little bit more, as we said, I think their completion rate was a little bit better with making a lot of those marks. They played, I think, a little bit better defensively, but really, if it weren't for some of the Seattle's defensive play, like especially Kendall Hutchings and Saleh Taibji in that fourth quarter, Denver probably would have won by, I would say, 3 more goals. But as it is, the Bulldogs come home in their Western Regional Championship defense, winners by 53 points. Again, repeating, Denver 9-8-62 to the Seattle Grizzlies 9. So Denver, as we say, Seattle rather, will play the Golden Gate Roos next. That game was originally scheduled for 11:30. That game will be closer to noon, I think, and that will be on Field 2. We will have that game recorded, and we will do our best to keep you updated with scores during the course of the game that we're doing, which will be the Arizona game against one of the 2 teams that's playing over there, Portland and Wasatch, and we'll let you know what's happening with that as well. And then Golden Gate will come back at, as we said, probably about 2:30 for the game against the Denver Bulldogs, which will decide the Men's Division I championship. But we have women's action occurring at 10:30 as the Golden Gate women take on Sacramento and Friends as we come back. When we return, you're watching the 2026 USAFL Western Regional Championships from Salem, Oregon, brought to you by Tasmanian and brought to you right here on AussieRulesUSA.com.
Thank you, Jerry. Oh, yes, hi. Calling the names out. One way or another.
Yeah, I mean, if it is doubtful, yeah, come on.
You guys come down with it. Same time, they're on the ground.
All right, Blue Ox.
40 minutes, boys. do it very. I mean, I do it. I only do it 4, sometimes 5 events. So yeah. Are you local here? No, I'm Philadelphia. They're like, they like to get out of water. So yeah, we can. It's nice to meet you. Sacramento. Let's. They're wearing Portland jumpers. Okay. So let's call them Portland. Yep. So they've got a bunch of. They got a bunch of players from a bunch of different teams. They might be really. And they're doing. They are doing 2 20-minute halves to the best of my understanding. Again, why does this not? I don't have it. All I did last night. Yeah.
States-Australian Football League has come along in leaps and bounds. It has been led by the players from the West Coast, and some of the best players from up and down the left coast have gathered here to determine who will be champions of the Western region in 2026 of the USAFL Western Regional Championships presented by Tasmanian here in Salem, Oregon, where it is a cool and crisp 65 degrees with cloud cover all over the place. Brian Barish here with you. Glad to have your company as the Golden Gate Iron Maidens and Friends take on the Portland Sockeyes and Friends. Portland, we're going to be calling them Portland and Sacramento during the course of the day because we're calling them Portland because they are wearing the Sockeyes jumpers, but they have players from the Sacramento Suns as well as the Denver Bulldogs and the Wasatch Wargulls. Golden Gate will have players from the Seattle Grizzlies and the Arizona Hawks. These two teams will play what is scheduled to be a best-of-3 series, so this will be the first of 3 games that we'll have for you here on this field. Some game notes, of course. The Iron Maidens and Seattle combined to win the women's division at Western Regionals last year. They also combined with Sacramento. So in both cases, all 3 teams come in as defending champions. They defeated Minnesota in the deciding game in Denver last year. So Golden Gate, both of these teams looking in a sense to repeat, and Portland having won a number of championships, including their first women's championship when they combined with Minnesota. Here, the first year we had Western Regionals here in 2016. We will tell you right off the bat that we are still waiting for uniform numbers from the Sacramento side. So if I will do my best to identify them, and if I miss or misidentify them, I'll apologize. We do have numbers, however, for Golden Gate, and we are underway. The Maidens going from left to right on your device of watching choice. And they come out to the near side, going after it and getting it, and just getting it away. The Maidens going up over the top, and it's marked by Caroline Sequeira. National teamer, numerous occasions. Former Sacramento Sun, went across the bay. Amanda Bowe, one of the Seattle players, going up over the top. Big takedown there. And then going and trying to pick that one up. Bounces around. That's Grider. Alexis Grider from Sacramento trying to get through. Jessica Swart is in there. And finally pushed forward by one of 2 players for the Wasatch Wargulls, Lizzie Sawyer being the other. This one drops in front, bounces ahead. Sequeira, Swart puts the pressure on. This one goes inside 50, bouncing away. Bowe able to pick this one up, collared high, and is that going to get called? I believe it is, and she was collared there by Erica Titus-Lay. So here is Amanda Bowe, and Bowe, leading goal kicker for the USA Freedom at the Transatlantic Cup, looking for April Munn, who is back after giving birth to son Louis just 13 weeks ago. And She said she was been working really hard to get back to this moment. Muthusami Flock putting the pressure on and staying with it. Up on the far side now, little handball up over the top. Here's Grider, who has the football, kicks this one forward. Going, oh, and a nice mark taken by Abby Morrissey. And Morrissey, who kicked 2 goals in that deciding match to give her team the final a season ago. Pennsylvania native up on the far side now, drops in front, going in after it. And now up on the far side. That again is Sequeira, who dances away from one defender, sending this one up off of the defender. Mark is taken by Leilani Cordoba, who is playing in her second regionals, and she really set the world on fire. Kicked a goal to help Denver/DC win the Super Regionals 2 weeks ago. Munn had it go off her hands, defended by Sawyer. Sawyer puts the pressure on, got the handball off, ball goes to ground, paddled forward, stays with it, comes up high in the air. Oh, good shoulder, and staying with it is Allison Leonard, the former Seattle Grizzly and Denver Bulldog, now playing for the Iron Maidens, sending this one in front, drops in front, Munn, knocked away by Titus Lay, gonna get picked up, little handball, and then kicked out the other way by the Sockeyes, and the mark is taken in the middle of the ground. They'll play on, out to the near side. Queen Bowls one player, gonna get picked up, bangs this one. Little wobbly, off the chest, picked up by Cordoba, who sends this one down. Bounces in front, turning and spinning and kicking now is Tracy McLean, another member of Arizona, and it's marked by Bo. Tracy McLean, by the way, just got married. And we'll tell you about her in just a moment. National teamer, and puts it on a string, does Bo, to her former Seattle teammate and teammate on this day for the Golden Gate Iron Maidens, and April Munn, president of the USAFL. Munn, distance shouldn't be an issue. 45-degree angle at best. Right-footed kick is on the way. It is. Did it get there? Was it touched? No, it's there. Goal to April Munn. And Golden Gate is off to a flyer after 3.5 minutes. Watch AFL scoreboard. The Iron Maidens 1 straight 6. The Sockeyes no score. We mentioned that Coach Andrew Donlan of the USA Freedom is watching this game very keenly because there are still players from the player selections for the national team, which will go to Kelowna, British Columbia, to play in the 49th Parallel Cup in I would say, a little more than a month's time. And a lot of players trying to etch that into their mind. There's Lauren Dawes. Laz, the president of GGAFL, sending this one down the line. Again, looking for Munn over the top. Sawyer was in there to spoil the Egg McMuffin on that occasion. She picks it up, handballs it around, but gives it off to Sequeira, who has a ping towards the sticks. Over to get it is Titus Lay. Staying with her and bumping her off the football was Zoe Bartlett. And the ball goes over the boundary line and out of bounds, and we'll have a boundary throw-in. Very good contested game so far. And if you missed the Super Regionals from a couple of weeks ago, they played 2 games. The first ended in a gripping 1-1 tie. And I know that's sad, but go back and watch it. There was a lot of really tight play. But we saw 2 really good games as this one is sent off to the side into the pocket and bounces back into the field of play. That was Somali Herridge, I believe, either that or Mishra or Madison Hillebrand, somebody with a 7 on the end of their number, and it will be a ball up. All alone there was Lauren Dawes, who has it. And that is the 57. That was Herridge, Somali Herridge. New name to these old eyes, which have seen a lot of games. And then grabbing it up, grabbed high, yes. And playing on quickly out to the near side. Marks! Out of nowhere came Laura Erasmus. And she took it. And she took it definitively. Wing position, commentary side, her team up 6-0. Sends this one up high. Ball goes to ground, bounces away. Going all the way down, and Getting up slowly at the bottom of that pile was Catherine Oseguera, Philadelphia area native. In fact, we were just talking about the Philadelphia 76ers' latest acquisition. Awfully strange feeling to be just kind of sitting on a plane, paging through social media, and then hearing the news that your team has LeBron James as it comes out to the near side now. And then soccered on off the shins, going to bounce away, picked up by Grider, who sends this one up high, marked by Cordoba. Grider, she was a cross-country athlete. Ball comes to ground. Muthusami Flock is in there. They're trying to get through, and we'll have a ball up. That's Marissa Poorboy, who played freeze with the Denver Bulldogs. She's playing again. I think she's trying. She's definitely in the hunt for national team spot. Picked up out of nowhere, cleared out to the near side. Going to bounce free. Running over and getting the last hop did her dirty, did Hillebrand, and then she was taken down. And was it in time? Maybe. It'll be a ball up. There's Rosie Croca, former Sacramento Sun. She also, that's the other big acquisition. Her and Allison Leonard coming across to play for Golden Gate this season. And the Iron Maidens, as here is Cordoba, who runs away, gets away from one defender, sends a moonshot in towards Munn, bounces away from her, doesn't sit up for her, does on the third bite of the cherry, looks for the handball to Bo. Bo couldn't get it cleanly. She was taken down by Morrissey, and then over to get it. Might have been some high contact in there, and then everybody is pushing and shoving and all that good stuff like that there. And the umpire blows a whistle. We'll have the ball up with almost 8 minutes gone, a little over 8 minutes gone here in this first of two 20-minute halves, best of 3 games, as is scheduled for now. And not sure what they'll be doing with the third game if one team manages to win both of these 2 matches. And for those of you who were asking earlier, we are still trying to get a definitive final score from the Portland-Wasatch game. Last we heard, Portland was up by 3 points in a high-scoring thriller. We will try our best to get you more information. Cordoba knocks it forward. Flock, Cordoba. Try to get it forward, and the ball goes out of bounds. And as we said, we are still waiting for a roster update for the Portland team. So, again, trying to pick out the players who I recognize as Lauren Skonechny sends this one forward. Recognize her. Up on the far side now, Erasmus is in there for Golden Gate. The ball not going anywhere, and the umpire crosses his arms like the Monsignor of the First Church of Australian Rules Football, and we'll have a ball up directly across from us. Cordoba sending this one down the line. Oh, and there is Schnitz, gets it away. Grider is there. Croco over the top. Rosie holds up Jess Swart. But there was no prior opportunity, and the mom of 2 from San Diego, California. Remember when she bursted onto the scene in 2015 and had a fantastic ruck performance, especially in that memorable game against Denver, where they almost were the one to break Denver's long Nationals winning streak on the women's side, and then in the next game the following morning it was Minnesota that finally did the deed. I remember when she came into the league and just remember relaying to her how well she was doing as Bartlett stays with the football and then gets bumped off of it, and that springs Hillenbrand, I believe, who is in there with Poorboy, and the umpire says this is going nowhere. Just an April Munn goal, the only tally midway through this first half. And again, our thanks to you for joining us. Brian Barish here with you. And again, give us a like, subscribe. We have more action, especially in the lead up to the Transatlantic Cup. Here is Bartlett, who just got her foot to it. Did she? No, she didn't get the kick away, and she's pinged for holding the ball. Free kick to the Sockeyes, out to the near side. Gonna get picked up, dances away from her defender. Hillebrand caused her to drop it, and then she took the ball. She's gone first. The tackle was called as she dropped the ball first. So it will be Madison Hillebrand who will go back. Kicks this one up over the top. Tipped, 2 bites at the cherry, ball goes to ground. Sending back the other way into the shins of Grider. And that's up high, and that's Allison Leonard saying, hang on, I got it. And it will be Al Leonard. Leonard, co-captain of the national team 2 years ago. Maybe hoping for a call to return to that role in Kelowna. Bounces out to the far side. A lot of bodies. Sawyer is in there. And the ball goes down. And we'll have a ball up. The Portland Sockeyes hosting and the Portland Steelheads hosting today. And a left-footed kick out by the Sockeyes. There is Erasmus for Golden Gate. Works it over to Leonard. Leonard shot towards the sticks. Ball goes to ground. Bo is in there. Stays away. Gets it away from Titus Lay. They work it forward. Big tackle put in there by Bartlett. Cleared out by the Sockeyes. Marked. Everybody calling out Erasmus's name. 8.5 to go, 7.5 to go, and it's marked by Laz Dawes. So Dawes has been around the team the last few years, drops in front. One-on-one contest, ball goes to ground, gonna get picked up. Big tackle put in, and then finally poor boy is able to clear it. Out in the middle of the ground, it'll skip through. Here's Abby Morris, who picks it up, dances away from one defender, but kicked it straight into Leilani Cordoba's breadbasket and finds Leonard, who turns and pings it back the other way. Sits up on a hop, they get it around. Now clearing this one out. Got it by Sequeira, and marked by Cordoba, who takes the mark. Tell you what, we've only seen the one goal so far, but been a lot of action right in the middle of the field. Ball's up on the far side now. Bo, who's worked back to the middle of the ground, and it's marked. One of the Arizona players in the white shorts there. That wasn't Zoe Bartlett earlier. Zoe's up in the forward line. And Titus Lay takes down her opponent. We are here in Salem, Oregon at the Pioneer Sports Complex. We mentioned Portland hosting, and we want to give a special shout out and recognition to Max Ducey, who is the captain of the Portland Steelheads men's team, who is here today. Max, if you hadn't heard and had been following, he suffered an aneurysm and also a stroke a few months ago, and he is very much recovering, and he is here. I haven't seen him yet, but he is here visiting us at the ground, and if you follow up, we're going to do our best to get a QR code for his GoFundMe, but if you follow us on our Instagram or on our social media, at USAFL 1997 on Instagram, or just USAFL on Facebook, we did put up the link to Max's GoFundMe, so if you're able to chip in and contribute to the recovery for a wonderful young man and his family, do so, because Max, as we said, national team player, captain of the Portland Steelheads, who is here with us today. And Max, if you do watch this back, we love you, buddy, and we wish you all the best. Really nice guy, very funny guy, in point of fact, as the ball gets more forward, as we are back to the here and now. Still 6-0, Golden Gate the lead, as Muthusami Flock is in there as well, and that is that's 45, who we don't have a matching number for. We'll try and get you. That's the other player in there for Golden Gate. Sent down the wall, big, just threw her hip into that, and everybody is very slow, but everybody does get up eventually, and we'll have a boundary throw in directly across from us. We will be referring to Portland to Sacramento in the second game. I believe they're going to switch jerseys as a cool breeze comes through. Only 65 degrees, but there's a 10-mile-an-hour wind with the gusts at 18 now, and it's the wind is only supposed to pick up. I think it's going to top out at 13 miles per hour later on in the day. So ball gets sent forward, and going all the way back to get it is Leilani Cordoba. Slaps one player away. Now sends this one up high. Marked. Nope, check that. The ball went out of bounds on the full, and it was marked by one of the Arizona men's players. So here is Christine Muthusamy Flock. They were on the national team in 2024. And Flock, vice captain, I believe. She is a captain. They've been around a long time. And picking that one up is... well, Sequeira, well, that might be the other 61. There's a couple of 61s. That wasn't Carolyn Sequeira. And getting tackled was Marissa Poorboy, just making sure there's no claret coming from the nasal passages. In fact, she will get the free kick. And 6-0. 3 minutes to go. First of two 20-minute halves. First of 3 games between the two teams. Ball gets knocked down. Staying with it. And knocking that one on, and finally picking that one up and running through the middle of the ground. Here come the Maidens. Drops in front, coming all the way back and chasing after it. Bowe puts the pressure on. She dropped the pill, and she's going to get pinged. Great tackle by Amanda Bowe, the former soccer goalie from Washington University in St. Louis. And the Grizzlies forward, sending this one forward. And it's marked by Laz Dawes. Dawes. Now she'll go back. She's probably 2 kicks from goal. Sends this one on the way. Munn is lurking. Has it go off her chest. Stays in play. Going to get picked up by Erasmus. Back to Dawes. Dawes inside the 50-meter arc. Sends this one to an open goal square, but the mark is taken over the back. And free kick to Portland. They'll play on. Ball bounces out. Overcooks Quokka, who will go after it. Now chasing all the way back is Choate. Sending this one up on the far side. It'll roll, it'll skip. Staying with it, handballs it back around. Flock with a good tackle. And now putting on the half Nelson, and we'll have a ball up. Still 6-0. About a minute to go. Maidens again. This looks like it does look very much like a rugby play where they're just trying to move it forward. Swart with Bowe on her hammer, tried to pick it up, can't. Kicked out of ground. That's going to be kicking in danger. It is. If you're new to Aussie Rules football, when the ball is on the ground and a player has their hands over top of it, you can't just stick your foot in and kick it out. That's called kicking in danger. And sent in short at Munn's feet. Tried to get it out. I believe that's Suzanne Jarmusch, who is back there in the headband for Sacramento, for Portland, is Lizzie Sawyer, the former national team, Liberty national team captain, and that will do it, and it is halftime. So an April 1 goal about 8 minutes into the first half was the only scoring of this first Women's Championship Series game. As you see Lizzie Sawyer from the Wasatch War Goals walk off. Both teams do. And again, just the 1 goal, but a lot of action, and most of it has been from, I would say, about the halfback line of the Maidens on forward. And the Maidens have done well to press forward, but the Sockeyes have done well in their own right to parry it away. Just the one chance, and really Munn's kick was so good. I mean, there wasn't a whole lot you could do. They were very close to getting a handle on it, but that's all we have. That's all that separates the sides at the end of the first half. It's the Golden Gate Iron Maidens 1 straight 6. The Portland Sockeyes no score. Brian Barish back here with you as we get set for the rest of today's action. A reminder that coming up after this game, it's Men's Division 2 as the Arizona Hawks will take on a team that we are still trying to figure out whether it will be the women, whether it will be Wasatch or Portland. But we'll step aside and we'll return for the second half of this one. You're watching the 2026 USAFL Western Regional Championships from Salem, Oregon, here on AussieRulesUSA.com.
Any idea where Doran is?
No. I can try. Are you talking the numbers for this or
Yeah, trying to get. Well, this is on field 2, so
okay.
it's not as, I guess, not as important for announcing.
Sorry.
Yeah, just for play HQ, I guess. So.
Thanks, Rabbit. Yup. Standing by.
The Golden Gate Iron Maidens lead the Portland Sockeyes 6-0 in the first of 3 games in the Women's Regional Championship here in Salem, Oregon. The 2026 USAFL Western Regional Championships presented by Tasmanian. Brian Barish here with you. We're at the Pioneer Sports Complex in Salem, Oregon. You see just to your left Alexis Grider, who is I mentioned she was a runner. She was actually a track and field athlete at Indiana State University. Go Sycamores. And it's great to see her involved here, as well as everybody. The member of the Sacramento Suns, part of these Portland team we're calling the Portland Sockeyes, are wearing the Sockeyes uniforms, but imagine in game 2 they'll be switching out and wearing the red and the yellow of Sacramento, and we'll be referring to them as such. The Maidens, I think to the best of our knowledge, will be wearing the Maidens jumpers for the entire day, which helps us in the commentary trade because we don't have to worry about going back and forth. In any event, we are set to go for the second half. Umpire is ready, and so are we, I think. Again, shout out to everybody watching us on the YouTube channel. Again, don't forget to like and subscribe, and stay connected with us all year long as Grider in the hit out, going to get picked up and trying to get rid of the ball. I believe it was Hillenbrand once again, and we'll do this all over again. Madison Hillenbrand against Alexis Grider. Ball 1 down to the Sockeyes. And then there's Amanda Mora, is a name we haven't called in a while, another former national teamer. Plays for the Arizona Hawks, one of a few players playing on Arizona, playing on this side. Right, Chris, ball goes down, and is going to get pinged for holding the ball. So free kick to Amanda Mora. And the Golden Gate Iron Maidens lead 6-0 on the Watch AFL scoreboard. Only goal of the game by April Munn. Mora, good kick. Over to get it as Dawes, but she couldn't handle it. Grider was there to pick up the goodies. Spun free to Swart. Swart runs forward, gets a good weighted kick forward. Drops in front of Morrissey, bounces away. Picked up again, sent back. As in there was Emma Latcham for Golden Gate. Goes out to the far side. Wind starts to pick up. Whistle. And Swart thought she was off to the races. And in fact, she was infringed upon, so she will get a free kick. What can Portland do here? Up to the far side. Almost taking the mark again was Morrissey, who dived in like a bat out of you-know-where. Going to pick that one up again. And Skonechny was taken down. As again, that was Rosie Croca. Husband Robert, longtime Sacramento player. Out to the near side. Muthusami Flock and get picked up. And there, defensively, is Cordoba. And getting it out is Bartlett. Bangs it out to the near side. Nobody there. Who's going to win this foot race? Got away by Jarmusch. Almost taking the mark was Muthusami Flock. They stay with it. Got it away. Smothered by Bartlett, who I don't think was really aware of it, and she did well to keep the ball from going forward. Bartlett from the Seattle Grizzlies. Ball goes to ground. Spinning away once again as Jarmusch was in there with Somali Heritage. Jarmusch was I believe that's Ray Chris, number 20. Jarmusch was in the back line. Again, we don't have the full roster with numbers. We have names, but we don't have numbers with it. So I'm doing kind of going by memory here. So a couple of players I'm not familiar with. So apologies if your favorite player is not identified correctly, as Grider sends this one high up in the air. Over the top was Croca. The ball was scooped. Free kick will come all the way back to Rosie Croca. Croca also played in the NTFL for the Nightcliff Tigers. Handball around, Bartlett. No, that's going to end up being a throw, as Bartlett did not get a clean connection to it.
Yes!
Christ.
No!
Helicopter whirlybird drops in front, gonna get picked up, and running forward is Rachel Sun, another Seattle Grizzlies player. Sends this one up to the far side. Martz. Go back. Holds the ball stiff. Oh, this is a good kick. Drifting across the face. Jarmusch couldn't get it. Bo was lurking. They clear it out for now, and the ball's gonna go. It's still in play and going to get scooped up. Here come the Sockeyes. The Fish sending this one down up on the far side. Queen Bowls Skonechny. Queen Bowls Grider, but gets it on the second effort. Tackled in there by Quokka once again. And we'll have a ball up. 4.5 minutes gone. Roughly 15.5 to go here in the ball game. Again, our thanks to our sponsors, Tasmania, Premier Sports Medicine, Travel Salem, HBC Event Services, Aussie Sports USA, and the Australian American Chamber of Commerce of the Pacific Northwest. Just saw Mark from the AACC. And he's taking in the action on a, I'll tell you what, a very nice day, especially coming from the East Coast where it's been really hot. I'll tell you what, I was in London for a week just this past week, and it was about what it is now. It never got out of the 80s, and it still hasn't got out of the 60s yet. It's only 67 degrees right now, and this cloud cover is supposed to be around for most of the day. It's supposed to break up, I think, a little bit later on. And the ball will come up. And again, we're just, those of you who I guess are just joining us, we're trying to, nail down scores from the other games. On the other game that happened earlier, where it was the Portland men taking on the Wasatch Wargulls, is Marcy who took the mark, goes in short. Queen Bowls a couple of players, going to get picked up, try to go backwards, and it's going to get picked up by Cordoba, who sends this one down the line, puts it right into the chest. I believe that's Lauren Williams, I'm not sure. Up to the far side now, marked. And she went and she's going to play on. Got by Latcham. Grider sends this one across. Dropped in front. Sequeira slapped it away. Portland knocking on the doorstep here. And we have a whistle. Ball up. Quokka gets the hit out. Latcham gets to it eventually. Handballs up over the top. Sun is keeping vigil. So is Mora. Sends in short. Cleared out. Dropping in front. Ball went out of bounds, and it'll be a boundary throw in directly across from us. 7:15 gone. Second term. No score yet in this stanza. The only score of the match, a goal by April Munn, about 6-7 minutes into the first half. And it's been a very cagey back and forth. A lot of play in the midfield, but good defense by both teams. There have been good passages of play. Gets by. Morrissey is there. Goes all the way back. Is she going to get pinged for dropping the ball? Yes. As Rebecca Choate didn't get a clean drop. And Lauren Skonechny, former New York Magpie, came across to Portland when she met her husband, Martin Coventry. Sends this one inside the 50-meter arc, bounces away. Big tackle laid on by Choate. Just got it away, however, to Quokka, who did well. Bootlegs all the way around. Bangs it out to the middle of the ground. Marked. And they'll play on. Sending this one up high. Ball goes to ground. Picked up by Grider, who sends this one back. Picked up by Quokka. Had it deflected. Comes in the middle of the ground. That shouldn't be a mark. Out to the near side. This is Mora, who did well from Erasmus. Over the head of Munn. Lots of real estate back there. If Munn can get to it. She's knocked sideways. In there is Titus Lay, who has a big old bear hug on Amanda Bowe. The umpire crosses himself, and we'll have a ball up. 11 minutes to go. Still 6-0. Drops in front. Poor boy gets it away. Marked by Grider nicely. Puts it on down. Sends this one up high, off the hands. Going to get picked up by Titus Lay, who will continue it forward. But going all the way back and taking the mark was Choate. And she atones for now for getting pinged for dropping the ball earlier, which led to a chance. Not any score, however. Going to get picked up. Sending this one was Rachel Sun. Off the hands of Dawes, picked up by the Sockeyes. Almost taking the mark. Got it away. Runs out to the far side. Marked. And that ends that. That's Latcham. What's interesting is you think about low-scoring games. We did have a 1-1 tie in the first women's game 2 weeks ago, but we did have a 2-1 game, as this one was sent up and marked by Erica Titus Lay, who goes back. In fact, it was Portland, when they were combined with Minnesota, playing Sacramento in a game that finished 2-1 Portland on this very field. In fact, I was sitting, I think, right about where I was 10 years ago when I commentated that with Anthony Lally. I was sitting in a scaffold, so I was maybe about 5, 6, 7 feet taller than I was. Well, we mentioned this is the third time we've been to this particular ground. And the last time we said 2016, 2019, and as I said in the first game, this ground looks very different. They've built it out nicely. They've the field 2, which is on the other side of that fence that you see where they have the turf fields. They have that was where field 2 usually is, and now the second field is over to our left. It's just, yeah, it does. It does look very different, confirming what Rob Mudd was saying. It is. Although a lot has changed since we've been here last. I didn't have a child yet. There was a COVID. There was a whole different world in 2019. We mentioned I was going to tell you a story about Tracy McLean, because I was thinking the last time I was here in 2019, my wife was out here and we did a whole big circle around. We went from Salem to the coast, up to the gorges. We did Astoria, we did Mount Hood, the Fruit Loop, and then all the way back to Portland. And we did that. We took our time. We did it in about a 3-day span, about a 3 or 4 day span. Tracy McLean did it in 1 day. She did it yesterday, and she was saying that she traveled about, I think she said about 500 miles in a circle in the entire day. And she did all sorts of stuff. So that's really cool. That's the one thing I very much love about this tournament circuit, and I'm one of the lucky ones. There's a few of us here in the league, and folks who work and volunteer for the league who get to attend most of these tournaments. But just to get to see different parts of the country and to take advantage of it, and a lot of these players do that. So if you're sitting at home and you live in the U.S. and you want to see if there's a team near you, firstly go to our website, AussieRulesUSA.com. And secondly, if you are playing and you're thinking to yourself, this looks really fun, I want to come. I mean, you see the Nationals logo. We've got that happening in Florida in a couple of months. But yeah, come and check us out as they come up on the far side now, and it's marked by, Sun was not paid the mark, and they had to do a little bit of a fire drill situation as Flock dives in. Ball's in the middle of the ground. 13.5 minutes gone of the 20. Golden Gate hanging on to that 6-point lead. Drops in front. Titus Lay has it. Sends it back. Not marked. Ball goes to ground. And it's a good tackle. Or was it? It's a free kick. This is Laura Erasmus, who's had some of the ball. Sending this one down. Glider was sent backwards. Was she pinged? Yes, and Amanda Bowe has a free kick. Good tackle by Amanda Bowe. Sends this one down the line. Over the top, bounces away. Gonna get Dawes drop the pill. Skonechny tries to work it forward. Ball up. Just trying to get confirmation as to the game that's next on the field. We know that Arizona will be playing, just trying to figure out who their opponent will be. It's the team that lost the earlier game between between Portland and Wasatch. And like I said, unlike 2 weeks ago where we had a runner going back and forth, we do not have one this week. So again, you'll have to beg our pardon. Picked up, running the other way, got the handball off. Just got foot the ball. Picked up by Munn. Gets away from Sawyer. Sends it through. Chasing back is Titus Lay, who gets there. Good pressure put on by Bartlett. And now it's Poor Boy who's out on her own. She picks it up and finds Daylight well. Puts it on down. Looks for a second bounce and sends this one up the side. Going to drop in front, but all alone there was Cordoba, who's going to run forward. Now it's her turn to have a bounce. She turns away from Muthusami Flock. Now throws this one onto the left. Going to drop in front. Bounces away. Bowe is there. Gets it away quickly to Bartlett. Bartlett tries to pull it. She's going to get pinged. That's I think the third time she's been called for an improper disposal. And the pressure was on, and a good job by the Sockeyes to do it. And it will be Erica Titus Lay. Rugby player originally, a lot of rugby players on the Sacramento side. Comes out to the near side and finds Poor Boy, who had to leap, but takes the mark in front of the late arriving Zoe Bartlett. Decides to continue right in front of our cameras. Marked defensively by Carol Sequeira. Sequeira, national teamer from 2 years ago, was the last player named to the Transatlantic Cup side. Had a fantastic tournament, coming back from a broken, I think it was a broken arm. Now they're playing aerial ping pong out to the near side. Ball goes to ground, and a good job by Choate in front of Skonechny, and we'll have a ball in. Under 3 minutes to go. Still 6-0. It's been tense. It really has been. And most of the play has been both teams have gotten 1 or 2 chances. By and large, it's been a tense struggle in the middle of the ground. But only that April Munn goal is what's standing on the board right now. Ball goes up high once again. Gets knocked down, bounces away. Grider gets it forward, sending it in. Everybody pushing and shoving. There's Skonechny calling for the ball. Comes out to Muthusami Flock. Sockeyes can at least rescue a draw here if they can get a goal. Ball goes to ground. And everybody is pushing and shoving. And it will be a ball up. A minute and 40 unofficially to go. Sockeyes trying to push it forward once again. Hands it out. Here's Alexis Grider showing her speed. Puts it on a dime. It's going to drop in front. Bounces away. Here's a chance for the Sockeyes. A chance at Smother. A second chance, and there's a goal! And we are all square. We're looking at a draw with a minute to go. Well, we hadn't had a draw at a regional championship in 10 years, and we may have 2 in 2 weeks. With 1 minute to go, Portland won straight 6. Golden Gate won straight 6. "45 seconds. By the time the ball goes up, it'll be 40. Grider is back in the ruck. So too, this time it looks like Erasmus, I believe. Ball goes to ground. Flock sends it forward. They have 30 seconds. Both teams do to get a point to rescue a result out of this. Ball drops down in front. Go forward. This is Titus Lay who's held up. Ball goes up high. Ball goes to ground. Sun. Erasmus. Dropped in front. Cleared out by Jarmusch. Handballed forward. Siren will come at any minute. There it is. Play the song. It's a draw. Both the teams are even. And only football's the winner today. And the first of 3 games ends in a 6-6 stalemate. And it is only the 3rd draw in the history of the USAFL Regional Championship Series. And there will still be 2 more games upcoming, but that was as tense as the only word I can think of throughout the entire 40 minutes. April Munn, the goal for the Golden Gate Iron Maidens. I'm going to actually look back across the replay here to see who got that second goal for the Sockeyes. And it was one of the Suns players. It looked like number 5, and as I said, we don't have any numbers to corroborate, but we'll find out who that is in just a moment. But that is the final score of Game 1 of the best of 3 women's regional championship, as the Golden Gate Iron Maidens 6, the Portland Sockeyes 6. What a game. And that will stick in everybody's craw, and the women will take a break, and we'll be back in, I'd say, about an hour and a half or so for game 2. But we have a men's game coming up as the Arizona Hawks are set to play, and we'll tell you who they're playing. We're just trying to see if we can see who's warming up. And we'll stay here for just 1 moment. Just kind of peering around. And we'll get that information for you soon. We're sorry we don't have that for you. But in any event, we'll be back with more action from the 2026 USAFL Western Regional Championships presented by Tasmanian here from Salem, Oregon, here on AussieRulesUSA.com.
Yeah, I mean, it is doubtful. Yeah, it's a
You guys come down with it. At the same time, we're on the ground.
All right, Blue Ox.
center. Like he
Whenever we have any kind of a stoppage ball up or ball in from the boundary, we try to set up a dive.
Defensive line, you guys have to have your player look at their number, know who it is, and if you can't get
Hit your target. Hit him on the tip. You got to make the team work, all right?
We're the eyes on the field. Please trust us. If we see a mismatch, we're going to try and fix that.
They're doing awesome. Doing really, really well. Keep it up. Keep the talk up, though. Lots of talk. Don't be afraid to speak a lot when you're out there. That's all what we got to do.
Chicago and Nashville have beat up each other for decades, boys. Let's turn it around and beat these. Yeah, let's make it up.
Flat out at your speed, whatever your flat out is.
Get some water into you, get some deep breath, visualize doing things that are in the team plan, doing things the Suns way, okay?
one more thing. In the box, it's got to put legs on it.
Oh, this battery.
Yeah. Oh, hi, Ryan. Nice to meet you. Well, I saw him, but I was like, I don't know if this is the way I would have. I know the voice is well, still, you did fine.
this camera over there. It's not wide, and it should be wide. All right, got it?
Yep.
So I'll stop working on this.
Yeah.
The same control. We have clean power, but stop working on it. So we decided to just put it off everything.
Dang it.
Thank you.
comfortable 67 degrees here at the Pioneer Sports Park in Salem, Oregon, as we continue with play in the 2026 Western Regionals USAFL presented by Tasmanian. I'm Brian Barish, and it's Game 2 of Men's Division 2 between the 0-1 Portland Steelheads and the Arizona Hawks, the top seed, playing their first game of the day. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Brian Barish. Great to have you with us once again. The Arizona Hawks winning Division 3 a season ago in the Western Regionals in Denver against the Portland Steelheads, who combined with the Wasatch Wargulls to finish second of that three-team field a year ago. They fell to the Wasatch Wargulls in a 51-47 thriller earlier this morning. They're looking to rebound against the Hungry Hawks, who not only won Division 3 at Western Regionals a season ago, but fell to a combination of Philadelphia and Boston in the Division 3 Grand Final in the National Championships. Both of these teams are very good at the level that they play. Both of these teams have a lot of veterans, not only Australians, but also Americans. So it'll be interesting to see how they both go in the next 60 minutes. We're playing 4 15-minute quarters in this particular game. And we will tell you that the other game happening over on Field 2 is the Golden Gate against Seattle combination in Men's Division 1. But we're underway here in this game as Arizona is in the yellow and the blue, and the Portland Steelheads are in the light blue with the dark blue and salmon trim. Out to the near side now, going out to get it, sending this one in towards the sticks, drops in front, bounces away. Arizona trying to push this one forward and getting it out nicely was the Steelheads. They bang it out to the near side. The ball will go out of bounds and we'll have a boundary throw in. And we've played 45 seconds of scoreless football. It was Matt Merkley in there, the 66 for Arizona. Ball comes to ground. Gets it out. Sending this one back in once again. That was Duffield, who was looking for Sparakis. And Portland able to try and get it out, except Arizona's going to get there for a shot for a goal. Was it touched on the line? Yes. Great defensive play, a 5-point discount. And getting the accolades there. We'll see who that was on the last line of defense. And it is 1-0 on the Watch AFL scoreboard to Arizona. The young man still hasn't turned around. Now he has, and in fact, that was Brent Frost with the frosty top who saved a goal, and they're going to get another behind here. So Arizona has had 2 quick scoring shots. They lead 2-0 now. Arizona 2, Portland 0. 2 minutes gone, first quarter. We said Portland fell 51-47, and by all accounts was a great back-and-forth game, and we'll have that game for you on tape delay here on the YouTube channel. And if you don't want to miss a minute, again, like and subscribe and tell all your friends. Mark was taken up over the top, and the Sockeyes have it, or rather the Steelheads have it. And in case you missed the first women's game, it finished in a 6-6 draw. Out to the near side, ball goes to ground. Picked up and sending that one back. Nice mark, he's going to play it on. This is Sparakis, who sends this one inside Marks. And all alone was Preston Linzer. And Linzer will go back. And you can see right over his shoulder what he's aiming at. Great view from our camera, folks. Skips in. Sends it on its way. It is dead center. Perfect goal to the Arizona Hawks and Preston Linzer. And the boys from the Phoenix area go to 1-2-8. Portland, no score. Just over 3 minutes gone in the first quarter. We said Arizona coming off a fantastic 2025 season that saw them win the Western Regionals in a 3-corner fight. And again, go all the way to the grand final at home in Tucson, Arizona. Umpire Jeff Person steps forward, goes yip. And we're underway, and again, knocked out forward nicely by the Hawks. Corralling it is Joshua Scott, who I believe is part of the Ludo Stansky clan, getting shoved down. Back the other way, sending this one in towards the sticks. Arizona's going to get another one. Bang, bang go the Hawks. They get 2 in a minute. Arizona 2-2-14, Portland no score. And they have come out flying, as is their name. Portland, meanwhile, this has been a very emotional season for them. Of course, we mentioned it during the women's game, but their captain, Max Ducey, who suffered a brain aneurysm and a stroke earlier, and he is actually here today, which is great. He is here. A lot of teammates. Great to see him in support. And really, really fantastic. And if you follow along with our socials, if you follow our stories, you'll see a link to a GoFundMe for Max. All the players, by the way, are wearing the colored wrist, the blue on their arms in honor of Max. National team player, really great guy, and we are really pulling for him for his recovery. As the ball is marked, as Arizona keeps up with Alex Maybury. Maybury played a couple of weeks ago, one of a few Arizona players who played with New York in the Super Regionals. They went all the way to second place in that 3-team competition, falling to the DC Eagles. Maybury lets it go and clears everybody, but just goes behind the stick, and it's another behind. Watch AFL scoreboard. Arizona's out to 2-3-15. Portland no score. Portland founded coming up on I want to say it's 2003 were when they founded, and I could be wrong about that offhand, but they were originally the Portland Power until the 2011 season, and that's when they became the Steelheads. Nice mark taken by Holdenson, who turns around. Martin Coventry has been the stalwart of this team and actually played in Tucson and Arizona at one point in his career. Drops in front, going to get picked up on the second bite of the cherry. Holds, now kicks into the pocket. That was Tyler Dennis, but it's marked defensively, and that ends that. Duffield, the former Denver Bulldog, out to the far side. They do some handballs. Last one didn't really come off, and having to recover and get it was Riley Ludostansky, who finds Joey Ludo, who had a fantastic tournament. Another guy who was in Arizona and who was with the New York Magpies last week, or 2 weeks ago. Arizona looking really polished here, and as I say that, they turn the ball over. But he already kicked it, so I don't think it would be a commentator's curse. I'm not taking credit for that one. Ball bounces in front. Getting away there is Holdenson once again for Portland. Goes all the way back. Left-footed kick. And just out of the reach. Again, that is Linzer. Sending this one back the other way. Deflected. Ball goes down. Pops up in the air. Handball around. Again, Mayberry goes backward. Good ball movement by Arizona. They've been very impressive in the early going. Sending this one down the line, Duffield. Bumped around as he had to go all the way down to the ground. Comes out to the near side. And somebody wearing one of the 70s. They may have been no, not Sparakis. In fact, that was Nick Hall. Ball up in the middle again. Again, 15-0. Arizona the lead. Ball comes in. Shoveled off the ground. Dancing away is Tim, what is that, Duckworth? And he was pinged, and Duckworth not happy. Holdenson, left-footed kick into the pocket. All alone and taking the mark. So Scott Johnson. That's a football name if ever I've heard one. Sprays it out to the side, just cutting across and taking the mark in the field of play. And the whistle is just to line up Phil Marshall. So Philip Marshall, let's see if he can get, well, he could decide to go backwards if he wants to open up the angle a little bit. Instead, he's going to come in. Doesn't have a whole lot of the post to aim at. And almost taking the mark again was Holdenson out the back. And good defense by the Hawks to parry this one away for now. And this is Scott Ludostansky. Gets it away. Drops in front, bounces, rolls. Chasing after it to pick it up is Grogan. Grogan all alone, and it's just off to the side. I think the pressure may have gotten to him a little bit there. Fourth behind for the Hawks. Arizona 2-4-16, Portland no score. And about 5 minutes to go opening term. Brian Barish here with you. Glad to have you along here from Salem, Oregon. Our thanks to Visit Salem, to Tasmanian, to HBC Event Services, Premier Sports Medicine, Aussie Sports USA, and the Australian Chamber of Commerce of the Pacific Northwest for making this weekend possible. Ball comes up out to the far side. Ball goes to ground. And hugging that one like a teddy bear was Darren Bateman. Up it goes, quick restart. Sending that one on its way was the 67, who there's no name attached to because it's the USAFL, and that's how we roll. Fifth behind for Arizona. They go to 2-5-17. 2-5-17 for the Hawks, and no score for the Steelheads. If the Hawks win this game, then their afternoon game, which will be over on Field 2 against the Wasatch War Eagles, will be a de facto grand final. And unless Portland can, if they win by this sort of margin, then they would be them in case it was a tie. But Arizona picks it off. They'll come back the other way. Runs through everybody. And we have a dog pile on the rabbit. Ball comes to ground. Left-footed kick. And off the foot of Joshua Scott. It's another behind for Arizona. They go to 2-6-18 and just 3 minutes to go. So, boundary throwing. Right in front of the Watch AFL scoreboard, which is all in green. Which is interesting, but that's okay. And held him up and gets the free kick out of it. That is Sparakis, who will go back and wait. Now he comes forward. Sparakis, left-footed kick. Drifting across Marks. And again, it's Bateman. And Bateman will go back. And again, right over his shoulder. Distance shouldn't be an issue. And honestly, neither should the direction. Bateman jogs, kicks, goals. Third for Arizona. 3-6-24 go the Hawks. Portland yet to find an answer. And Darren Bateman scribbles his name onto the score sheet with 90 seconds to go here in this first quarter. And just a quick look at what's coming up. We have the second women's game coming up after this between Golden Gate and the Sacramento-Portland combination. They'll be wearing, I imagine, the Sacramento jumpers in game 2. Ball goes to ground. Arizona again getting the hit out and making use of it. Bateman is in there. Turning around to Scott. Goes it short. Marks! They are like a machine right now, and they are queuing up in the forward line. And that is Darren Henderson, I believe. We have him as 95. Yeah, that's 95. I thought that was 99. So Hendo, he'll go back with 30 seconds left in this quarter. Strides in. Looks like it has the distance. Looks like it has the direction. It does on both accounts. 2 goals in 2 minutes. And the Hawks have 10 scoring shots in the first quarter. They go to 4-6-30 on the Watch AFL scoreboard. And the siren cannot come fast enough for Martin Coventry and the Steelheads. And so it comes. Quarter time in Game 2 of Division 2, 2026 USAFL Western Regionals. It's the Hawks 4-6-30. Portland, no score. The Hawks have just been dominating out of the ruck, and the Steelheads have yet to find an answer. We'll see what kind of adjustments they come up with on the other side of this break. Again, the Hawks 30, Portland nothing. You're watching the 2026 USAFL Western Regional Championship presented by Tasmanium, live from Salem, Oregon, here on AussieRulesUSA.com. Now we're back here at the 2026 USAFL Western Regional Championships presented by Tasmania. Here from the Pioneer Park Sports Complex here in Salem, Oregon. And the Arizona Hawks lead the Portland Steelheads 30-0. I'm Brian Barish. Hello. And glad to have your company. And it's an absolutely fantastic day. It's nice and cool. It's overcast. There are some peaks of the blue that we start to see, some of the sky peeking through the clouds. So not going to get too much warmer than it is right now. It's 69 degrees. The high today is only 74. It is going to get windier as the day goes on, as the wind is being registered at 11 miles an hour. Out of the heading towards the northwest. So sorry, to the, I would say northeast, I would say, by the little thing on my watch here, but it's the gusts are only supposed to get up to about 18 or so miles an hour. Umpire is ready. Jeff Person, second quarter. And we did have a question from Wayne Kraska, who we mentioned Max Ducey and his recovery from a stroke. We want to say hi to Wayne Kraska, who also is recovering very nicely. Thank you from a stroke he suffered a couple of months ago. We've already seen him out there umpiring, and he is as tough as they come. So hi to Wayne Kraska, and we hope you're enjoying the matches as we are underway again. This is Martin Coventry. Portland had no answers. Let's see if they can get something going. And on that occasion, they turn it over to Peter Abernathy. We mentioned, I'm trying to remember all of Mardo's clubs. He played for the Tucson Javelinas, the North Carolina Tigers, played for Seattle, I think, for a minute, and then came over to Portland. And Portland might be his longest tenured club. As this gets sent in, Arizona again trying to push the ball forward and off the foot. Great smother as Martin saw his kick smothered and covered like some Waffle House hash browns, and the ball gets knocked away. And here they come again, come the Hawks. Left-footed kick. It bounces away. Over to get it, off of one step, little chip kick is there. Oh, what a one-handed mark. Oh, that was a great snag out of the top shelf where Mama keeps the cookies. And it's Michael Grogan who stuck up the right hand and brought it down. And he is having himself a good game to start off. Grogan kicks. Yes, I think. Yep. Good goal to Michael Grogan. That's his second. Hawks fifth. They got a 5-6-36, and they are running away. And they just look to be the faster team, but they also are doing really good to pick out their spots. And that mark by Grogan, where he reached up with his right hand, brought it closer, and then was able to bring it in nicely. Kicked out. Kept in. Oh, everybody got clobbered, but the ball bounced right to Joshua Scott. And Scott says, thank you very much. That's a great gift. I'll cherish it for years upon years. 6-6-42. And the Hawks continue the conga line, and we've only played 3 minutes of the second quarter. There was a couple of instances last year in Division III where both the Steelheads and the Hawks scored more than 100 points. And the Hawks are the only team at regionals to score more than 100 points twice. I've both done it in this 60. They've done it twice in the 60-minute format, and as we said, usually when there's 4 teams, the teams have played 2 20-minute halves. But again, we're playing 4 15-minute quarters as we usually didn't do a couple of weeks ago because of the heat. As again, Scott sees the ball slide off his foot and ends up going backwards. Wind starts to pick up once again. Ludo Stansky. Grogan back to Tim Duckworth and turned over. Portland needs to mark. They're not going to get it, and that is paid as a mark, but played on quickly as Tim Freet got it on the second bite. He ended up having to play it on. Steelheads run back to get it. That's Fox. Back the other way. Marked. And that ends that. Scott shoves away James Begg, who was a longtime president of Portland. Josh Schulten has taken over that role as this one is sent in towards the sticks. Gets away, left-footed kick. Have another. That one was Sporakis. 7-6, 48 Arizona. No score for Portland. And Sporakis did well to get position, and then after the ball got spilled, picked it up and wheeled it home. So ball comes back in the middle once again. We're underway. Off to the far side, nice mark. He's going to play on quickly. Again, this is Scott. He already has one goal. He has a bounce. Left-footed kick, not great, but it's going to spear its way all through. Went off of a shin of a Steelhead player. In fact, it was Mike Torina. And umpire Jeff Person picks out the ball up. Underway again. Knocked down. That was Henderson who was in there. Looks like Mason Cox. Ball was deflected and smothered. Play on. Portland has it for now. Wild handball, but sat up nicely for Maxwell Poor. And the ball goes out of bounds. We'll have a boundary throw-in. Here at the once again at the Pioneer Sports Complex, again the home to Capital City FC. You see the new clubhouse that's being built, almost done. Construction should be finished soon. And again, listen, it's very interesting to see how this complex has been built up as a free kick has been picked out. And Michael Grogan, who had that sensational mark that led to a goal, this time he has a free kick here. strides in, kicks. Second verse, same as the first. That's 8 for Arizona. 8-6-54 on the Watch AFL scoreboard, and Portland no score. It'll be interesting to see how these two teams, and we still have 8 minutes of the second quarter left. It'll be interesting to see how these teams now, how they react to this. You know, Arizona, do you throw the magnets around? Does Portland throw the magnets around? They have not really had any answer to the way that Portland does, but they have been struggling. They've been staying with it. They've been tackling hard. They've been staying with the ball. There was a free kick as Coventry was ready, but it could have been 50, and in fact the umpire doesn't give it to him, and Tim Duckworth had it because he didn't give the ball back to Duckworth. And to the credit of Nicholas Sparakis, he didn't call for the 50, because a lot of times you'd see teams screaming for the 50, but he didn't do it. Meanwhile, this is sent in by Duckworth, and there once again is Martin Coventry. Honor of 3, including young Bowie to the far side, and that one is marked by Kyle Peters. And the Portland women on the far side, who just played that exciting 6-6 draw in game 1 of the women's series. One at Wheeling there to mark! Oh, Ollie Oxenfree. That's Ollie Holdenson, who took another good grab. We've seen some good snags, some great marks in this tournament on this day, and that's the latest one. Holdenson walks forward, kicks left-footed. This will register a score. This will register a goal. Ollie Holdenson gets a goal, and Portland has entered the chat. Watch AFL scoreboard. The Steelheads 1 straight 6. Arizona 8-6-54. Ollie Holdenson, this Portland team who has, they were Division III champions back-to-back in 2014 and 2015. In fact, it was 2015 and 2016 was one that went back-to-back in Division III. And they went right down to the wire in Division II. They gave Minnesota all they could handle in that Division II grand final in the Colden Racine in 2018. They've been chasing that high ever since. Arizona has it once again, sending this one inside. Up, no. Batted around, finally taken. Not a mark to Schulten for Austin Crow, and he finds the man in Martin. Dan Martin, as opposed to Dan Rowan, as opposed to Graffin. As the ball goes to ground, they scoop it forward. Picked up and running with it, but running in the wrong direction, and finally realizing and putting on the brakes, and then back the other way, and turns it over again. That's Schulten who takes the mark. Joss right side now. Oh, nice mark. Again, Duckworth, and again he goes back. James in front. Another ping for goal. Another. No, just caught. Nope. Just caught the post. Just caught the lumber. And he says hello to Mr. Ed. Hello. And it's 8-7-55 for the Hawks. 1 straight 6 Portland out to 49 points. And the Steelheads, who really had a battle on their hands with the Wasatch War Goals in game 1, falling by 4 points. It's been a different type of game. Holdenson's played well. Out to the near side. Just slapped away. Out to the near side now. Going after it is the 3 there for Portland. And the ball goes out of bounds. Umpire says, give that to me. We'll have a boundary throw in just to our left. Zing. Ball comes back in the play. Knocked down. Holdenson gets it. Sends this one off the left. Dropped in front. Mark not taken. Ball goes to ground. Staying with it nicely there is Palumbo. And it goes back the other way. A lot of players converge. Slapped out of his hands. Going to get picked up. Over to Duffield. Duff over to the corner. Yep. Well, we have a situation. We have a situation behind play, and Holdenson and the umpires doing their best to, like. In fact, some of the water runners are in there trying to keep the peace. Oh, that was a punch. That was a punch. That was a punch, and I think that's going to get rectified. And that was Philip Marshall. I saw it pretty clearly, and that is a red card, and he has been sent off. We're going to keep an eye on him and just make sure that he goes straight off. But yes, I didn't see any other cards by the umpire, but that is an absolute red card. So the Sockeyes will play down a man. And I'm waiting to see if there was more. I'm also seeing Scott leave the field. And so we see, I see the umpire, Jeff Person. I have an eye on him, and you see he's signaling. Now I'll double check. In fact, we might run out there at halftime and just double check what the situation is. But that definitely was Marshall, and that was clear as day. And the umpire very, very rightly gave that a red card, and that will be reviewed. That will be referred to a tribunal, which means that they'll review as to whether or not any additional punishment will be doled out. In fact, we're going to have an interview at halftime. This is a separate. I was going to run out there and check it, but we're going to have an interview with the Australian American Chamber of Commerce from the Pacific Northwest. So what was weird about all that was the ball was out here on the far side, and all of that happened. Almost taking the mark over the top. Handballed it around. Out to the near side. Handballs it back. And a big shove. Hopefully the temperatures cool down somewhat. Hopefully. A boy can dream as the ball comes out to the near side, but we don't want to see any more of what we just saw. As over the near side, that's Coventry who went after it. A little bit of frustration, I would imagine, considering the scoreline, but most of this day has been played in the good spirit. Let's hope it remains, as this one is kicked as Riley Ludostansky sending that one forward, and it gets knocked down, staying after it and finally getting cleared out. Picking that one up. Oh, we got taken down. And it's a free kick, and that will do it. A very feisty second quarter, which has seen one player sent off. And perhaps a little bit of the frustration bubbling through. But the Portland Steelheads trail by 49 points at halftime. The score, it's the Arizona Hawks 8-7-55, Portland 1-6. We'll be back after this for a special interview when we return. You're watching the 2026 USAFL Western Regional Championship presented by Tasmanian here on AussieRulesUSA.com.
Take the second, can Martin take the second microphone? Ryan, move on your left a little bit. Yeah, all right, you are ready.
We're back here at the 2026 USAFL Western Regional Championships presented by Tasmanian here from Salem, Oregon. We're at halftime of our Division II match between the Arizona Hawks and Portland Steelheads. Arizona leads 55-6. One of the many sponsors and one of the many patrons of this tournament as the USAFL is the Australian American Chamber of Commerce in the Pacific Northwest. And joining me is the president of that organization, Martin Gorman. And Martin, firstly, thank you so much for coming out today. What have you thought of the action so far?
I'm always impressed by the level of skill that I see when I come to these games. But more than anything else, it really impresses me to see how many women play this sport as well. That's not very common in Australia, really.
No, I was going to say, and especially here in the Pacific Northwest, really Portland and Seattle have led the way.
Yes,
which is fantastic. Tell a little bit about like what your organization does.
Well, we're a chamber of commerce. We're about 4 or 5 years old now, and what we are doing at the moment really is building community between Australians and Americans in the Pacific Northwest. So that is not necessarily about business. It's about family. It's about education. It is about business as well, and connecting people, creating a network and a community. The reason that we're such passionate supporters of both the Steelheads in Portland and the Grizzlies in Seattle is because, honestly, I believe Aussie rules football is Australia's greatest export in terms of depicting our culture, our esprit de corps. The club atmosphere is unique, so we love being part of it.
What are some of the things, especially as somebody who's passionate about it? What are some of the things that you've seen that really kind of that seem familiar to you? And is there anything maybe different from what you see in these two teams and the clubs, and perhaps what you see here today from what you see back in Australia?
Well, not a lot. This is a different level of skill, obviously, than the pros back in Australia. But what I love to see is what's in common. Mm-hmm. So you notice there was a bit of argy-bargy in a couple of games. After the game, they'll shake hands and they'll have a beer together. It's a terrific sport.
Yeah, I want to talk about the when you talk about the Australian population here. What are people coming over here for? Like a lot of people coming over for school, a lot of people coming over for work. What is that like in this particular region?
Well, typically, so I'm based in Seattle. Typically in Seattle, we have hundreds of Australians, in fact thousands, and the majority of them really are over for tech. Amazon employees, Microsoft employees, Google, that sort of thing. So that's the majority. I can't really speak for Portland so much.
Right. One last question, because we're about to get underway the third quarter. Talk about, especially around the World Cup, with Australia playing up there in Seattle. I know the game against the U.S. didn't go the way that you would have liked to have gone, and I know that it would have been great to see them go forward. But talk about, I know that there would have been a fair bit of interest like around the Australian community, especially having played games in Seattle, with them playing games in Seattle.
We were so excited. I was lucky enough to be there. Proud that Seattle apparently was depicted as being the town, the city that actually was the most help in organising. The Australians put on a pretty good performance, and it was apparent to me that it took one of our own players to score one of the US goals. So,
I mean, we could use. Apparently, without getting too much into it, apparently we could have used all the help we could get during the course of it. But no, that was really cool. And I would say, as somebody who really enjoys seeing it, it was great seeing Australia do well. Martin, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. You can stay if you want. It's up to you if you want to stay with me. You don't have to.
Thank you.
But thank you so much for watching, for being here with us. Portland is underway here in the third quarter, and they again trailing 55-6. As the third quarter has started, and I'm trying to multitask. And the ball gets slid away. Again, our thanks to Martin for all of his work and also for joining us here at halftime. And we did see a little bit of the argy-bargy in that second quarter, where we did see Philip Marshall get sent off with a red card, and I didn't see if there were any others, so we'll have to double check. But it's one of those things that happens, and meanwhile the mark was taken by Josh Schulten. So about a minute in, this one is kicked up on the way, and it's marked. dropped in front, going back, handballs up over the top. Here comes Arizona once again. This is Bennett. And tackle, he was held up, ball goes straight in the air. It didn't go 15, so he's got to play on. He thought it went, he was backing up like he was a mark. Wasn't given. Arizona keeps it all the way back. This is Grogan. Grogan stays with it. Left-footed kick on the way. It drops in front, staying with it. Now, little centering ball over everybody, held up in the wind, but not for Merkley, who had to chase all the way back to go and get it. Here's a ping for goal. It's off to the side and through for behind. First score of the third quarter is a minor one. It goes to 8-8-56. Portland 1 straight 6, and that is out to a 50-point lead. So the ball comes out to the near side. Almost taking the mark, and then the whistle goes. Maybury almost took it, and in fact, that's going to be going to Oliver Holdenson. And Ollie, who has the only goal, he was kind of in the middle of the fracas that was there as Coventry comes out and takes a nice mark. He's still moving very well for the veteran. Ball comes to ground in front. Centered by Bateman, and the mark is taken defensively. And a 50-meter penalty as he came over the mark. It was William Bennett who infringed upon the mark. And they stopped the mark. So here is Lajoie, who finds Coventry, who sends this one down the line, marked over the top. Back in the middle and the other way. Off the chest, and that was Merkley who had it and didn't all at once. Ball goes out to the far side. Martin brushed aside by Grogan. Centering this one in towards the sticks. It's going to go across. And chasing but running out of time and real estate was Bennett, and we'll have a boundary throw it. Arizona 56, Portland 6. A game that has been, it seemed to have settled down a little bit. We had that one incident, and as the ball comes back into play, all the way back, here comes another goal. And again, I believe that was, I think it was Riley Lodostansky who put that one home. 9th goal for Arizona. They go to 9-8-62. Portland 1 straight 6. So back in the middle again, and so the Hawks in control here, and barring a large comeback from the Steelheads, it'll be Arizona and the Wasatch War Goals who will play off over on field 2. And the way things are going, Arizona would be the beneficiary of the championship should that game end in a draw. We've already seen one today, and the mark is taken by Schulten, who will go back. Did so in front of the late arriving Daniel Duffield. Out to the near side, drops in front. Chased down, oh, and just going after him was Jonathan Benhaim, but he couldn't get to it. And it's a steal, and back the other way is Coventry, who works it quickly. Fox sends this one up high, marked nicely. That by Alex Maybury. Maybury goes back, stabby kick, marked. And that's Henderson. Hendo, who has a goal, crosses. Marked by Schulten once again. They're doing well, are the Steelheads now in this third quarter, to kind of stand up and picking off some of these entries inside 50, but they're not releasing well. And Scott will go back and try to add Arizona's 10th, or at least come close to it. Said he goes in short. Ball goes out of bounds. We'll have a boundary throw-in. Under 10 minutes to go, third quarter. Men's Division II, the 2026 Western Regional Championships, presented by Tasmanian. Here in Salem, Oregon at the Pioneer Sports Park. This one is sent on the way, and that is goal number 10. Nope, never mind. Nope, not goal number 10. Sorry, that did hit the post. Hello, I'm Mr. Ed. And it's 9-9-63. So out to a 57-point lead. And running with it is Coventry. Spoiled nicely by Abernathy. Everybody goes down mushroom farming. Umpire says you can't find anything. I'll just have to toss it up once again. Jeff Person. And I'll tell you what, if we're going to have an incident like we had, I'm glad we had, not that our other umpires couldn't have handled it as efficiently, but when you have a guy who is as experienced as Jeff Person there, it's nice, especially when you're an umpire still learning like we have out here. That's what the orange uniform is that they're level 0. And so the fact that, but really there was no hesitation on that. There was a punch thrown, and it is what it is. But Arizona with another chance for their 10th. This is, I believe it's Bennett who sends this one on the way. It's going to be short. Bounces up high. Henderson, can he get his foot to it? No. And once again, it hits the post, and once again, it's a minor score. Arizona, 9-10-64, and the lead is out to 58 points. Portland, 1 straight 6. Brian Barish here with you. Glad to have your company. Thanks to everybody joining us here on the YouTube channel. Give this video a like and subscribe so that you can stay with us. Ball gets knocked down. Long handball across and accelerating. Ball goes to ground. Forgot about that part. Hawks the other way, marked by Henderson. Pitch for handball. A little bit of wishful thinking, but Abernathy had it. Sending this one in, and it's marked, and again, it's Scott. And Scott's had a bit of target practice here. See a nice crowd to see all the tents from the different teams behind Scott. Kick is on the way. Umpire doesn't move. There's goal number 10. 10-10-70 Arizona. Portland 1 straight 6. And that's on the Watch AFL scoreboard. We mentioned a fair bit of family have come out from the different teams, and it's always nice to see, especially on a day like today. Although it is starting to warm up a little bit, as the sun is starting to poke out from behind the clouds. But it's always great, and of course our thanks to all the families and the partners and parents and grandparents and friends and even just people who like the game. I know we've had a few people who've said that they were going to come by who just like Aussie Rules football and don't get to see it live all that often. And if you are watching us and you want to see if there's a team near you, go to AussieRulesUSA.com and find a team near you, or find out how you can start a team, because we could always use more teams. That was called behind the play, so Portland will get a free kick. And once again, Jeff Person taking charge. And Holdenson took the mark, but this is going to be a 50-meter penalty. I believe it was for not coming over the mark, or for coming over the mark. My apologies. Still 5 minutes to go in the third quarter. Ball goes to ground, and good contest there, and that was Fraser Peterson who was falling over Aaron Miller. Left footed his return to sender, and it goes across. They'll play it quickly. Good handballs, except the last one came off. Worked out in the end. No, it didn't. Ball goes to ground. They try to go back the other way. Picking it up on one hand is Brett Herridge. And then there is Coventry who goes whack. Ball gets knocked down, and this one gets sent back the other way. That's marked. He'll take his time. No hurry here. And you can see the difference really in skill. There's 2 bounces. Kick up on the far side. Marked. Or was it? I believe it was. Let's see. It was very close to the boundary line. And it was Murky. Plays this one across. Oh, what a mark! Hendo! Looking like Nick Rewalt coming out of nowhere and grabbing it. Wow, we have seen some speckies today. We have seen some absolute pearlers. And he gives it off. Kick on the way. And there it is. Very unselfish by Darren Henderson. And that is the 11th goal for Arizona. They go to 11-10-76. And we'll see if we can figure out who got that. It was one of the guys in the 80s. It might have been Herridge, but it is 11-10-76 to 1 straight 6, a 70-point lead. We still have 1 quarter left, so. Did I miss one? Yeah, 11-10, all right. Ball back in the middle once again. The Hawks can still, for the 3rd time in 4 regionals, kick over 100 points in a game. Controlled, sent this one the other way. Holdenson gets it, picks it up, has 2 players on his hammer. A well-weighted kick, but unfortunately it handcuffed Coventry, and this is Riley Ludostansky going back the other way, and there's goal number 12. It is almost like a training ground the way that the Hawks are running things right now. And not for the one of trying for the Steelheads, because they are getting a couple of these opportunities, but that kick from Holdenson, I think, was a great idea. Unfortunately, he misjudged where Coventry was. Coventry would have had to really kind of disconnect his knees from his leg bones to get to that. And it was read well and led to 6 points 100 meters down the ground. Picked up, got the kick away. Henderson again is in there. Tries to bowl his man out of there in poor, but unable to. In the middle of the ground, jumps up high, paddled forward, one-on-one contest. Picked up, sprayed into the pocket. And that one's going to run all the way into the corner, except that the siren goes, and that is 3-quarter time. And the Arizona Hawks pouring it on as they've kicked another 3 goals. And at 3-quarter time, it's the Arizona Hawks 12 goals, 10 behinds, 82 points. The Portland Steelheads 1 straight 6. And this will be interesting to see whether the Hawks put the cue in the rack here. They still have 1 more game to come that will decide the divisional championship, but and you don't want to run yourself too ragged, but at the same time they want to see out this victory, which right now is a 76-point advantage. As for the Steelheads, well, as I said, they're not playing badly. They're just getting, it's just, I think the Hawks are just a little bit above them in terms of the quality, and that's reflected on the scoreboard. We're going to step aside, come right back for the 4th and final quarter of this 2nd game of men's play when we return to the 2026 USAFL Western Regional Championships presented by Tasmanian here on AussieRulesUSA.com.
but
Yeah, I mean, it is doubtful. Yeah,
You guys come down with it. Same time, we're on the ground.
All right, Blue Ox.
40 minutes, boys.
And we're back for the fourth and final quarter of Game 2 of the 2026 Western Regional Championships. Men's Division II presented by Tasmanian. The Arizona Hawks well in control, up 82-6 over the Portland Steelheads with 15 minutes to go in this one. Brian Barish back here with you here in Salem, Oregon. Glad to have you along. And we asked a lot of questions about what will happen over the next 15 minutes. And Portland, you know, if you're Martin Coventry, your direction, win the quarter. That's really the most important thing you can do. We are set and we are underway here in this fourth and final quarter. The Steelheads now heading to the left of screen, and a whistle. And I believe, I saw it was screened when it initially happened. I believe both players have had a player sent off, so they both had been playing a man short for 15 minutes, and then they were finally been replaced. So that is all behind us as the ball comes out. Oh, he handballed it to himself, but then slipped on a banana peel and turned it over. Good pressure by Coventry, who's going to get the ball back and taking the mark on the near side. It is mopped off of his hands right in front of us. Comes out to the near side, and a good job by Dodaro. What? That's is it Dodaro? I don't know. Dodaro. All of a sudden, there's glare on my laptop lens, but I think it was Dodaro. Knocked around, picked up by Duckworth, and Duckworth sends that one somewhere out towards Corvallis. And we'll have a free kick going the other way for the Steelheads, and it's been a tough day for them, but they the team that played against Seattle, played, as we said, it played well, played strongly, picked up, handball right in front of us, and the ball goes over the boundary line and out of bounds. The convergence there of Sparakis and Fraser Peterson. And boundary umpire will set to move the ball back into play. Infraction in the back, says Jeff Person. And it's a free kick, and it will go the way of Everett Kite, sending this one up high. Being for the benefit of Mr. Kite. Oh, nowhere to go. He dropped the pill, no call, and then sent forward. That was Peters, who lost control of the yellow Sharon. And then getting twisted into a pretzel there. Holdenson got it out. Oh, the whistle beat him. I was just trying to get it free from Nicholas Hall. And unfortunately, the umpire's whistle came in a split second before Holdenson got the pill free. He does, however, because the ball don't lie, spun around. Now, was there a prior opportunity from Tim Duckworth? And there was, and just a little high five, and it's good to see at least some of the gasoline dissipated from the match, and especially when, again, you see the score. It's really no point in doing that and getting yourself in any further trouble. It's up on the far side. Sending this one in, almost taking the mark. And the ball goes over the boundary line and out of bounds. Looked very good sliding in. And very slowly to get up. And now kind of rolling around a little bit. That was Ezekiel Pinedo, who, a man after my own heart, always wears glasses. He rolls himself out of bounds. And we'll do this again. And you see Dan Wicks with his camera, checking in on him as well. Actually, I think he's helping him. I think he had a cramp. So Wixie not only is doing our photographer, not only is he helping run this tournament as the Western Regional Vice President, but he's also on hand to stretch out your leg if you get a cramp. What a guy! As getting held up was Martin. And we'll have a ball in. 82-6, Arizona the lead. They're going to play Wasatch in a de facto grand final for men's Division II. We'll have that game on tape delay for you. And you can view it on our YouTube channel. And if you are watching this on our YouTube channel, and one, you have not liked this video, you should. And secondly, if you haven't subscribed to this channel, you absolutely should. Go do that. Yeah, leave us a comment. Just let us know that you're here. Talk to us in the chat, too. We've got some lively chatter happening, including somebody questioning one of my references. All right, I'm going to explain. There was a show. Hang on a second, because I'm going to have to explain Wilbur Post. There was a show, and then all right. Well, here we'll wait till we're not in play, and then I'll explain that, because somebody is utterly confused. And see, I didn't grow up in the '60s, but I watched a lot of shows from the '60s. As this one just snuck inside, and that is Arizona's. That is another goal. So on the Watch AFL scoreboard. That is, Portland's second. They go to 2 straight 12, and it's back to 70 points. 2 straight 12 for Portland, and Arizona, 12-10-82. So there was a TV show about a talking horse called Mr. Ed. And his owner was Wilbur Post. So whenever the ball hits the post, you say it's a Wilbur Post, and then you go, hello, I'm Mr. Ed. That's how that works. If it was good enough for Rex Hunt, it's good enough for me. As the ball comes out to the near side. And here back the other way is, he bumped around as Arizona trying desperately to get that back as if they weren't up by 70 points. And what a great delivery from Jeffrey Gatos into the breadbasket of Nicholas Hall. And Hall, who already has a couple, would love one more. Walks, kicks. Ooh, yeah, that's good. That's goal number 13 for Arizona. They answer that one. You would have thought that they were down instead of up by now 76 points. Arizona 13-10-88. Portland 2 straight 12. I don't know that they'll break the record, but 2 more goals and they'll have themselves triple figures, as we say, for the third time in 4 tournaments. And just thinking back to the 2024 regionals, that wasn't a case. I think that was a 4-team situation. So they wouldn't have gotten. So it would essentially be 3 straight tournaments in which it was possible. Very interesting. Ball goes to ground. Hawks staying on it, moving it forward, doing well, but good job by Ben Haim, who I think may have won himself the ball. In fact, he has won himself a free kick. Good job, Jonathan Ben Haim, as this one is sent down the middle of the ground. It is punched free. Going to get picked up. Big tackle put in there. And then sent back the other way, almost taking the mark. Everybody throwing themselves at the ball. Coventry is in there trying to go after the pill. And it clean bowled everybody. Going to get picked up there by Ludo. No, that's Joshua Scott. And it's marked. Hawks with the ball. Marked. I believe that's Riley Ludostansky. Handballs. Kicks. Marked off of the top of a blade of grass by Joshua Scott. Oh, he just took it. He's going to play on. Slaloms through. And, oh, he ended up playing goalkeeper. Where was everybody? And then it just stayed in. Portland's defense really just kind of let him run on in, except for the one guy playing defense. And I didn't get his number, but that was right out in front. And they stood up in the last line of defense. Wow. That was a very intriguing play. Sending this one back and sending it forward. Looking for the mark again is Henderson. Off his hands. Swing, no ding. Ball goes to ground. Out to the near side. Through his hands. One-on-one contest. Going to pick this one up. Got it away. That was Michael Child who got it. Right-footed kick off the side of the foot. Kept in. Sending this one towards the sticks. Going to bounce. Going to skip. Going to roll through for a behind. And Portland gets another point. Good for them. 2-1-13 to the Steelheads. Sorry, keep calling them the Sockeyes. They're the Steelheads. 2-1-13, and the Hawks 13-10-88 with 5 minutes to go. Game 2 of the women's series coming up between the Sacramento Suns and the Golden Gate Iron Maidens. The Suns wearing we were calling them Portland in Game 1, but that game finished in a 6-6 draw. If you missed it, and if you want to go back and watch it, go just hit the back button. You can go, not the back button, but just drag it back a couple of hours and you can watch it as the wind picks up here. It's been a very interesting weather day. It's been cold, it's been hot, it's been windy, it's been not windy, it's been, yeah, listen, it's very Melbourne. Handballed around. Oh, this is going to be good, except it was a little short. Look good from here. And around once again is Gatos. And the whistle is blown, and it will be a free kick. Well, 4 minutes for the Hawks to break the ton. Sent on the way. Looks good. Drifts across the face. Now, did it cross the line first? Yes! It did. The Steelheads wanted a deflection. They didn't get it. And that is the 14th goal of the day for the game for the Arizona Hawks. They got a 14-10-94, and Portland are 2-1-13. And we have 3.5 minutes to go. Still time for the Hawks to break 100. I don't know how anybody doesn't know Mr. Ed. Well, I guess nobody over the age. Oh, listen, I miss Nick at night. Listen, Kraz gets it. Kraz understands what I'm talking about. That's all that matters. As long as Kraz gets it. Ball's up on the far side. Goes back. Again, chasing after. Oh, good shove by 90. That was Brad Palumbo setting this one towards the sticks. Will they break the ton? Not on this occasion. They'll get a point. Go to 14-11-95, Arizona. 14-11-95 to 2-1-13, and we've got about a little over 2 minutes to go. Telling him to go long. Holdenson is in there. He has played well in spite of the scoreline. Long handball. And he's going to get collared. Just got the ball away nicely. Even when they're getting caught, they're finding their teammates. And it is going to be a free kick on that occasion, as dropping it was Darren Bateman. And Jeff Person said, no, I wanted it back there. We're going to have to do it again as we come down to 90 seconds. Again, coming up next, it's women's action. And again, not only team glory, but also we've got, you know, spots on the national team up for grabs. Whistle, and it is going to be a free kick. And getting the tackle was Martin Coventry. Marto, middle of the ground. Right-footed kick. Through the hands of Holdenson. But all the way chasing that one back was Joey Ludo. Ludo Stansky up the far side. And now he'll have a bounce. Will he have a second? No. He'll put on a little ball. Sent off. Not 15. Play on through the hands of Poor. Less than a minute. Arizona going to get their first win. Going to be playing in a de facto grand final in a couple hours' time over on Field 2. Again, we'll have that recorded so that you can watch that on delay in a couple of weeks. And we'll do our best during the last game, which is between Golden Gate and Denver, to update you as to what's happening over on the other field. Picked up, going in short, and it is marked once again by Linzer. And that was Darren Bateman, who had the other kick before. He was the one that scored the 14th goal. So Linzer, and this is going to come after the siren. And if he kicks it, the Hawks will have kicked 100 points in their third tournament. Rocks back. I like this. Takes his time. Skips forward. Sends it on the way. It's going to get held up in the wind, and it's going to fall short, and that is that. The scoreboard tells the story. Arizona, again, much the best. A winner by 82 points. A game that was testy at times, but the teams shaking hands, and hopefully all of that will have been forgotten as the Steelheads, unfortunately on this day, they finish at 0-2, but they can hold their head high because they played well. Ollie Holdenson got a lot of touches, so too did Martin Coventry, and they did their best against the Hawks side that clearly, I think, was a cut above. They were a little bit faster, they were a little bit I think they were a little bit cleaner, and as I said before, towards the end of that, even when they were tackled and they were pressured, they were always finding their opponents. So the Hawks will go into their final match against the Wasatch War Goals a little bit later on today. Again, we will have that recorded for you for later viewing here on the USAFL 1997 YouTube channel. And we will see how that goes. Who will win men's Division 2. Again, the Hawks out by 82 points. Coming up next, game 4 of 6 on this field. As we head back to the women, it's the Golden Gate Iron Maidens and the Sacramento Suns. When we return, you're watching the 2026 USAFL Western Regional Championships from Salem, Oregon. It's presented by Tasmanian, and it's here on AussieRulesUSA.com.
got to get our wireless out when we're going 2007.
He's going to live 100% today. He's going to be 101.
Jonesy, he is a classic centre. Like
whenever we have any kind of a stoppage, ball up or ball in from the boundary, we try to set up a dime.
Defensive line, you guys have to have your player, look at their number, know who it is, and if you can't keep up.
Hit your targets. Hit them on the tip. You got to make the team work, all right?
We're the eyes on the field. Please trust us. If we see a mismatch, we're going to try and fix that.
You're doing awesome. Doing really, really well. Keep it up. Keep the talk up, though. Lots of talk. Don't be afraid to speak a lot when you're out there. That's all what we got to do.
Chicago and Nashville has beat up each other for decades, boys. Let's turn it around and beat these. Yeah, let's bring it on one time.
Flat out at your speed, whatever your flat out is.
Get some water into you, get some deep breaths, start visualize doing things that are in the team plan, doing things the Suns way, okay?
One more thing, in the back, we've got to put legs on. Yep.
I appreciate you stopping by. And yeah, if you're able to, if you want to go and check out, or you want to check out some of the later, we have the international too. So and we'll be doing that. And we'll also be doing that. Actually, this is for the people behind the curtain. But I'm going to Canada August. Hello.
That's so cool.
I wasn't raised here. Me and my brother were raised here, so you can tell that.
So they're weeds. So Brian? Almost. Oh, wait, are they? Great constitute, like, you have a good one.
I guess they won't mind if I...
Yeah, if you're going to do it now. Golden Gate and Sacramento. And I'll make explanation. Yes, sir. It really does. Where? I really should have brought my other phone down. I don't know what time they're starting, Jerry.